Chat. Today, I organized all my thoughts as I do into categories, following the trends of previous Maddie streams. Had the news, had the troons, had the cows, had the sector, had a little bit of Reddit, and then I decided, it all. We'll just save it for Friday. Chat, today is a very unusual stream I don't do very often. Today, we're going to do a live reaction to Nicholas Rekieta. Drunk and apparently extremely miserable that he just lost his appeal in Minnesota. So there's approximately 2 hours of footage that I intend to review. I've not seen a second of it. I will, as it was ongoing, I was being pinged, I was being alerted, I received live signal messages instructing me to pay attention to Rekieta because holy shit, I can't even believe it. I managed through purity of mind and with a little bit of Dota to completely avoid paying any attention to Nicholas Rekieta as the implosion was happening live, so that I could retain my virgin eyes for this stream that we're gonna do now. This is what's up. I have downloaded the entire stream. My internet may not want to cooperate with me, actually. Well, whatever. We'll try. We'll try. Yeah. So this is just as Rekieta himself would put it, chat. As he would put it. Let's see.
Right? Gay isn't happy. Anyway, well, we've got one major topic tonight.
Starts off drinking just right off the bat. From what I understand during his streams, he doesn't usually just drink immediately. He tries to save that he tries to start off a little bit sober. I think he times it so that my theory with his sobriety on stream is that he times his naps, his sleep schedule, so that he wakes up before the stream. That way he doesn't have to spend even a single second sober and having to deal with the confines of reality. As soon as he starts his day, he can start streaming and be sober enough to deliver a couple things that someone posted to him in Discord, and then he can progress through the stream getting more and more liquored up. In this particular stream, there is no force on earth strong enough to keep the man back, and he is completely up almost immediately, based off what I've heard. I have a brief itinerary. So I downloaded this entire thing. I should be able to scan through it without any issue. Oh, lovely. I tried to get MPV player and VCL set up so I could just play this on a video player like normal. And it didn't capture correctly, so I'm using the Molvad browser as a video player. It worked, so I'm happy with it. So at 1:09, an hour in, he has to go pee-pee. Very relatable. Frequently, I also make this mistake. Let's see. So, there's a little video, I think, before he goes pee-pee. He says, "Bear back."
Drop Barracuda says, just so that chat retard isn't rewriting history. I sent one chat, then one reminder. No spam, love you, Nick. Dude, I didn't think you spammed anything. Don't worry about it. All right, guys. Bathroom break. I'll be back in a minute. Peace. Don't go anywhere. Oh, my God.
So that's his intro.
Hypocrisy.
This is still his intro. I should probably turn this down just a little bit so you can hear me. So he says, "I'm going on a bathroom break. I'll be right back." And then he presses a button and it plays the intro. And then he says, "Give me a minute and don't go anywhere." And he leaves. Now, this has become a very common occurrence, from what I understand, that he will go to the bathroom for several minutes. So this is 3 minutes in, and I think that he's not intentionally displaying his chair as he does this. Now, the theory is that his 20-minute bathroom breaks are so that he can do coke, which I don't believe, because as a man of taste, as a man of exquisite taste, I happen to know that Bossman Jack does crack rock, and he will pardon himself to use restroom facilities so he can light up his butane lighter and smoke some crispy crackerooski to keep the content flowing as a man of his word. So I'm aware that real is even easier to get, to procure, and to use. So that's not it. His usage is not what he's doing. There is now a theory that he is somebody during these breaks. He's probably going off stream. He is doing a bump of coke, because the reason why people think that he's taking this time off to go off and do coke is because he's coming back much more energized. You can hear, like, in the last second, he's already completely wasted. He cannot conduct the stream. So he needs to go do some to liven up a little bit. But he's gone for not 1 minute, not 5 minutes, not 20 minutes, not 30 minutes. This is now an hour 39 minutes in. He's still gone. This is hour 45 minutes in, still gone. Hour 51 minutes in, still gone. And now he's back at 1:55. So he was gone for 45 minutes. He had just completely abandoned his stream. It would be literally like if I, at the end of this hour, got up and said, all right, I gotta go pee, we're back. And then I just left the stream on and then came back an hour later. And was just like, and he does this routinely. Routinely he does this. So it's a very bizarre behavior. And I, instead of directly confronting this, I'm going to now save it. Remind me to talk about the Imholtes and the hot wife theory.
I'm muted. Jim, God damn it. Let me reread this chat. This is from Medicare.
Okay. So to be clear, what has happened, in case you didn't pick up on the subtext in the midst of the chaos, he was gone for 45 minutes, and Jim Medicare was in the chat bullying this man for being absentee on his own stream. Then, to break the silence, after 45 minutes, he sits down, rants incoherently into his microphone because he's muted, and then makes it clear that he literally only came back because Jim Medicare was in the chat, and it was very important that he speak to him. So he probably would have been gone, I guess, the closet demon, or the corner demon. I'm the closet demon. The mysterious woman is the corner demon. He would have been her for another 45 minutes while the stream was muted until Jim Medicare showed up. I guess he was reading the chat in the process of this, and he thought, "Oh wait, sorry, babe, let me go yell at Medicare. This is important."
I was Asian and gay. He said, "What is it?" Medicare says, 45 minutes. I think this might be my fault, chat. Hashtag buy a hat. I wish him a million bathroom breaks. It looks like he took it literally. Yeah. Yeah, dude. God damn it. You guys can see. I'm tossed. This is great.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, the way that his hair is and shit, like, I love how when... I really appreciate how there is, like, a physical decay happening here. It's kind of like a movie or something. Like, you have a character who's in decline, and it's not just a behavioral decline. It's not just like a psychological decline. There's a literal physical decline happening that matches what you're feeling and hearing from this person. He really does. The outside matches the in. I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. God damn it. You guys can see. I'm tossed. This is great. This is how streaming should be. Everybody's mad if you stream drunk. You know, the one person who's not mad ever on the internet is Medicare. If you stream drunk, he's very happy. So Jim is the longest piss on record. Medicare, I wasn't pissing. Look, it was my time of the month. I had my period. I bled. I recovered. I took Midol in the middle of it. And then here I am. Here I am, my brother. Tell me more about COVID masks. God damn it, you sick. Why don't you ask Minnesotans for help? Jim's out here. He's like, look, my immune system is like a 12-year-old boy. at a Catholic church during COVID. Please don't COPD me to death. And I'm like, Jim, God damn it. Let me get your death let me get your death interview. All I want to do is to make.
Oh shit! Sorry. Let me take a sip of my Monster. This is going very well so far. My when I was muted, much like Rekieta was muted that one time. My thing was, it's weird how he like his go-to joke now for anything is just child molestation. Like, oh, your immune system is like a boy in the Vatican being gang raped. That's not much of a joke. It's just like you're just referencing child rape for no reason.
All the money on earth off of your death. God damn it. I don't.
At a certain point, we might do 1.5 or 1.25 speed just to get through this faster because it is 2 hours. Just a heads up.
Like an anime dungeon or whatever. With all sorts of hentai in it. All of us would do that. All of us would do that. Except we would never admit it. We would just put it on your supple, leprosy riddled shoulders. Where your arm fell off. Your arm fell off. Like, I know you're mid jerk, but your arm, like the leprosy pervaded your shoulder, your arm fell off. You wouldn't have to try as hard on my shoulders, don't get me wrong. And like falling down, like forearm and upper arm or whatever, that just did it. That just did it. And I know, but like the leprosy severed of that. I would crowdfund every amount of hat I can to just get your leprosy riddled arm back on your supple.
Why does it keep saying supple? How does leprosy lend to the word supple at all? Is leprosy even like an immune disease? I don't know enough about leprosy to to know offhand if that's like an immune disease or something, but or immune system disease. But that's a weird, like, it's like pockmarked and holy and like gross. It's not supple. It's weird.
Detroit transgender youth at a camp's body, also Jewish. Just kidding, Jim. I'm literally just kidding. Honestly, I don't give a shit who makes fun of me. I really don't. I hope you live a million more milliseconds or whatever. Dude, seriously, get healthy. Do what you need to do to get healthy. I don't care about this internet shit. It's so stupid.
He still does this.
Get what you need to do.
He still does this shit where he's like, Jim, you're a leprosy riddled with supple nipples, and I want to pinch them. But no, really, I hope you live for 1,000,000 years, brother. I love you, man. I don't care at all about this. This is stupid. He's like still doing that shit. He like leans into it now because I take credit for pointing that out. How he like does this love bombing shit where he just like complains about you in like a genuine hurtful way, like where he's obviously coming from like a place of hurt, and then he backs it up and says, "But no, I really hope that you're successful." And then he kind of toned it down a little bit after that, but he still does he leans into it, but he can't stop himself. I think it's more that he realizes that he's doing it, and then like tries to make a joke out of it again, but it doesn't really work. He just sounds like really bitter for no reason. Like all these, I don't know. I guess his perspective, and it's hard to like attribute like human thoughts and rational feelings at all to Rekieta at this point because he's so liquored up. But I guess his thought is that, oh, of course, now Jim shows up in the chat to make fun of me only after I've lost my appeal. I see how it is. But he was making fun of us for losing our appeal. He made fun of me for getting that weird judgment from the 10th Circuit. I don't know if he put out anything about the Supreme Court. He probably doesn't even know about it yet because he's too f***ed up. But he's very happy to dance on that grave. I guess it's upsetting when it happens to him. And to be fair, when I think Hardin through the entire process of going to the appeals court and No, it was Scortis. For the record, I only paid Scortis $5,000 in total, which is why he did not do a good job at all. He just wanted the case to be over with, and when it got appealed, and I paid him, he just thought he would just shoot like whatever bullshit he could have. And then when that didn't work, because I wasn't paying him by the hour, he just like kind of gave up and put in a half effort, which is something that I probably should address at some point because I feel like my representation was retarded. But then Harden, he's only charged like a couple $1,000s for all the shit that he's done. Meanwhile, Rekieta has poured in, I think, probably six figures at this point. I think it was $50,000 just for the appeals that he did. So he's down like $50,000 just for the appeals that he lost. And that's not including anything else that Randazza has done in the Minnesota court. And it's not going to include discovery. I kind of want, this is like an aside, and I know that I'm supposed to be making fun of him for being a drunk retard, but I had this conversation with people in the know regarding the law. And it's conventional wisdom that when you are being sued, you don't talk about being sued. And the reason why you don't talk about it and the claims in the court, even though you really want to, because it's a huge part of your life. When you're entangled into a lawsuit and litigation, you want to talk to people, you want to make your plight, you want to state your case, you want to do things to help yourself, and you really are limited in what you can say because it's not smart. And people know this. I think instinctively people know you're not supposed to talk about your lawsuit. The question is, why? Why aren't you supposed to talk about your lawsuit? I think there's like a misconception that it's just purely, you might say something stupid that hurts your case, which is true. You absolutely can say something stupid that hurts your case. The issue is that when you talk about your lawsuit, like for instance, let's say that you, in a drunken fit of rage, accused a random person you didn't like of filleting children. A very terrible accusation that nobody should ever make without concrete evidence, but you decided because you were drunk that you were going to say that this person had always liked sucking little baby dick. That is a pro se defamatory statement. However, it only happened once. It was done, sure, to damage, it might go to court, but it was only done once. So when it comes to discovery, which is the most complicated and expensive part of any case, is the discovery. There's only one day. You had that argument, you were on that stream, and therefore the scope of discovery is very limited to that one stream. And the subpoenas that might go out would just be things like how many people were watching, does YouTube keep records of how many countries or states people were watching from, that kind of shit. It's one day. If you continue to talk about this case over and over again, and you reassert this claim that he's a, then suddenly your discovery is one day stretched to multiple years, however long this case goes on. So now they can subpoena all sorts of shit. They can make this very expensive and very time consuming and very complicated when it could have just been a single day. So the question of why Rekieta is a nightmare to have as a client is answered by that what he's done is he's taken one defamatory statement and he's made it into a serialized habit of defamatory statements that increases the scope of discovery, which is, as I mentioned, the most expensive part of the litigation, to be multiple years in many, many streams as opposed to one thing. And I forgot why I brought that up. I'm sorry, I'm just staring at a court case document on my screen that I think Rekieta will continue to ignore for the next 2 hours.
Get healthy. You're in Minnesota. You're dealing with the same communism as I am. Now on to me, because Jim is an unimportant little wallowing over there like, oh, I'm dying. I've got terminal illnesses or whatever. Like, yeah, that's good. Would you die already so we can grift off your death? Oh, I'm going to do my Medicare stream where I make fun of somebody for 24 hours. Like, Jim, will you just die already? Will you just die? Please, dear Christ.
Won't you die, Medicare? Won't you just die already?
Let me tell the world how Black Lagoon is the same as Andy Worski looking to PPP's asshole. Like, will you just do that? And I can cough like 3 times an hour for you, or what? I have cancer rates. Like, I could just do that. I have a wife named Jade or what? I don't even know. The Jade thing always makes me laugh because I think of the Charles Bronson movies where he hates Asians. So I'm like, yeah, every woman in those movies are named Jade. Why wouldn't Medicare be married to Jade? I don't know. But legitimately, please live. Please. Please live so we can throw you off a snow-covered balcony next year. You can die.
Live, bish, live. I can't wait to see you in your driveway, Medicare, so I can throw you off a balcony and roll you up into a snowman, Medicare. Live, bish, live.
Or whatever. I don't care. Like, I'll throw you into Tim Walls's butthole. Or Jacob Frey, the mayor of Minneapolis. Do you know what I'd pay? Jim, please pretend to be a child so I can donate to Make-A-Wish just to have you learn black people dancing from Jacob Frey and record it.
Okay, I just want to say that for no reason whatsoever. Once again, children were invoked, apropos of nothing. There was no reason to bring up children twerking in this rant, but yet my man has found a way. Through the most cutting edge, Juju the Cow science, he has found a way to inject another child abuse joke into his comedy.
That's all I want to do. My life is literally, I want to watch you learn from Mayor Jacob Frey how to dance like black people. And I want Jacob Frey to learn from you how to not get raped by a gay Cuban. I don't know if I want to pretend to be a child with Vito and chat. Oh my God. No, you can't be a child with Vito and chat. Vito is barred from this chat. He cannot be within 500 internets of this chat.
Dude, I agree. Vito is like in this chat cheering him on the entire time because him and Dick find it very funny that Rekieta is slowly himself. I guess because if he gets pathetic enough, one day he'll hang out with them in LA and they can do whatever they do together. I might be implying certain things when I say that, but I'll leave it up to your imagination. By the way, I've noticed that Vito has been tolerated, and I'm gonna put out a strong condemnation. Illicit clips. I was tagged by Vito. I received an email notification that I was tagged by Vito Comedy, and I had to read a fat message because he was permitted to leave a comment on your channel in reply to me. I consider this completely unacceptable, and I condemn it in the strongest possible language.
Because if he does, he might find a minor. And if Vito finds a minor on the internet, he literally uses the CD-ROM drive because he doesn't have a new computer. He uses the CD-ROM drive until his dick runs Jewish, and it circumcises him again.
Look how he smiled. He smiled at that joke like nailed it. Perfect.
Vices, did you wait? Vices, me. Holy shit! Oh my God, Jeff, are you trying to get on here?
Dude, look, it's Jeff. Ain't nobody coming on this stream, brother. Nobody's going to help you. You're on your own.
God damn it. Vices, where?
Nobody's coming.
Where's my link? I did this wrong. There's no innocence here, and you know it. Jim's basically a baby. Nick, what are you talking about? Vito being a Montegraph being a Medicare being dead from cancer AIDS. League of Vices being Korean. How is this hard? You've been like, did you piss out your bladder? No, I only pissed for a very short amount of time. The rest of the time is between me and you. No, I was tasked with seeing if you were still with us. Do you want to come on the show, Jeff? Here, I'll invite you on the show.
Is Ian M. Holta the other? No, that
Medicare. You want to come on? We come on my face or whatever.
Collier Dante has taken it upon himself to count the number of times that child molestation is mentioned in this stream, and I have a feeling that if this were a drinking game, we'd all be drunker than Rekieta by the end of it.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Hold on. God damn it. I hate these Korean chat stuff. Why don't you just give us sushi? what Koreans call sushi if they were Japanese. Sushi.
Why do you smile at your jokes? They're very bad. You're not funny. Why does he keep creepy smiling at the end of these? The punchlines are
guys.
abysmal.
I'm fine. Oh my goodness.
Look, all of his chats like blowing up, and they're like, "Bro, are you okay? You sound like a drunk piece of shit.
You know
What
when
the
you
fuck's
have
wrong with you?"
You want to do a show to talk about how your lawsuit's going. Your lawyers, who you've paid a bunch of money to, have up dramatically.
Okay, so if you wish to keep a lawyer, you cannot insinuate that they're bad at their job. If you have put them in an impossible to win situation where every judge that you talk to is going to be predisposed to hate you because you're a menace, that makes the job very difficult. And then if you go out and you say, well, they suck, they might stop. They either will charge you more, which I have a feeling in Randazza's case, that might be what happens, or they might just leave you. And then I know it's kind of like everyone likes to think of lawyers as like these scalpers who will take whatever, will take money to do whatever you ask of them. A lot of lawyers won't. There are some cases lawyers won't touch. There are some people that people won't represent, and you have to search very hard to find representation for your bizarre case. And when you like I mentioned, if you deliberately exacerbate your case to the point where you now have like 2 years of calling someone as the litigation is ongoing, demonstrating actual malice, and possibly, there are lawyers who will be like, I can't help you. I can't help you. So it's a really bad idea, even though Randazza is charging him out the ass, to make fun of Randazza and say that it's his fault, because either if he's merciful, he might just raise his rates. If he's not merciful, he might leave you. And then Rekieta might have to represent himself. And at the end of that, I think he might just be hanged.
Yo.
Uh-oh. Did I tap it twice?
Oh.
I did.
Cool. I get the legal argument, but this is the legal education you don't get normally, right? Have you guys seen how the case is going for Nate the lawyer against Boozy? Have you seen it? He's got legal uncivil law. He's got Ron Coleman working for him, one of the best law firms in the country, Harmeet Dillon, for this type of stuff. How's it going? How's suing Boozy going? Remember that crowdfunding thing? You see Boozy?
Dude, that smile when he's trying to be smug, that little smirk, like, oh, how's your lawsuit going? He's so petty. And he knows firsthand how unpredictable courts can be. That's why it's not fun being sued. Like, you can be 100% in the right about something, and you still get a shit-ass judgment that you then have to pay extra to deal with, It's so petty and like sadistic to be like, how's your lawsuit doing, buddy? How's that lawsuit doing? Because like he knows firsthand that it's not exactly fair in the U.S. system.
Sued, by the way, me? Nobody. I don't sue people because suing people's retarded. I'm a lawyer. I know suing people's retarded. They're suing people. They're crowdfunding it. Getting tons of money. Oh, as soon as Boozy guy. Go for it. Here I am saying, hey, maybe don't do this. Maybe like just complain about him online and grift it. Maybe try that.
Someone in chat explained to me
or
what
they
lawsuit
could
he's
go all the way
referring
to go straight to YouTube with their problems. They can get a ban off the internet. Here I am, the same guy. Always been the same guy.
That's a bit of an exaggeration. That's a bit of an extension of truth. I haven't changed a bit. I think you're wrong. I think you have, actually.
Just do whatever. Just do what you have to do. Why is this hard? Oh, it's Chris Boozy making fun of me. Chris
Yeah, it's
Boozy
Boozy
can't make
Badger.
fun of a
Apparently,
fucking
they're
bottle of
crowdfunding a lawsuit to sue Boozy
Pedialyte
Badger. I don't know
because
the
he can't
details of
afford
that.
it. You're worried about what he says? Oh my God. What did Nate do? Nothing. Love Nate. He's great.
I had a friend who acted just like this after seeing his wife get railed at a swingers party. They got a divorce a year later. Jilted swinger vibes. That is such a specific tale that I believe you. That's a very very strange story. That's relatively applicable.
I love all these guys. They're fantastic. They sued a weirdo under broken rules. Conglis says he's jealous of Nate's crazy YouTube gains. No, I want Nate to make all the money in the world. I like these people. You guys are weird. I like all these people. I want them to win. I don't want the monographs of the world to win. Monograph's terrible. Monograph should be put down like Lassie if Lassie was retarded and molested children. Mayor says, what does this appeal decision even mean? Is it a venue thing or something else? The appeal decision means literally this. If we won the appeal decision, it would be remanded to the district court to determine if we win on summary judgment or not. If we lose the appeal decision, which we did, Mark Randazza Legal Group tried to get Minnesota to recognize other states' appeals. Cool. If we lose that, here's what happens. We go to
I'll
discovery.
Explain this differently.
Which we're already doing. And then we get to file a motion for summary judgment after discovery because the judge, Jennifer Fisher, yes, like The Office, decided that you needed to have discovery. The only fact outstanding on discovery was Montegraph's alleged damages. I don't know why we need those. I don't know why Montegraph needs those. But that's the thing that was standing out. Everything else was there. Our judge is literally stupid. I'm going to say it.
Okay, so don't insult your judge, the one that's still presiding over your case. He's talking not just about the appeals court. He's talking about the actual judge who's still at the head of his. Now that he's lost his appeal, it's going back to her, and she's going to be presiding over the rest of the case. And he's sitting on live telling thousands of people that she's a idiot. It's not a good idea.
Jennifer Fisher, Chief Judge of Wilmer, Minnesota, Candy-Ojai County, is touched not by an angel, not even by a priest, but probably by retardation. She does not know basic facts or elements of common law. She doesn't know Minnesota statutory law when she tries to apply the law to facts. And I know this from previous cases with her, by the way. She gets it wrong.
Awesome. Okay, so there's an ongoing joke where Montegraph's attorney in Minnesota is somebody that Rekieta knows and has beef with. And if I remember correctly, he also has personal experience with this judge overseeing his case. And he says that he cornered her in an elevator at some point, and she got upset with him because I don't know if it was like an ex parte communication or something, but he did something that pissed her off. So not only is the attorney representing Montegraph someone who has a personal beef with Rekieta, the presiding judge also has been irritated with him at some point in the past, and now he's doubling down and calling her a retard on stream.
And you know what's crazy? I know what people are going to say. Those cases that I had in front of Jennifer Fisher, the chief judge of Candy-Ojai County, when she applied basic.
Is this like a Rekieta joke? All the people in chat telling me to shut up that I'm not a lawyer? That has to be like a Rekieta joke, right? Does he like say that to people who say, "Hey, maybe don't talk about the judge like that"? Is this I'm hoping that's the reference and people aren't legitimately trying to tell me that.
Common law principles on contract, incorrect. She applied because she said, I can do whatever I want. Basically, she was not at that point judging in the district court. She was judging at the small claims court level. She said, no, that's not how contracts work. I'm like, Judge, that's how contracts have worked for 450 years. You don't get to just change that. Like, we win. Guess what happened? We won the next time we got to the hearing, because like any boring stereotypical woman, they will sit there and tell you why you're wrong over and over and over again. But lo and behold, if you just wait a day, they'll come around to your thing and they'll go, you know what? You said I said you were wrong, but you weren't wrong. I just really love the taste of liquor being squeezed out of my vagina. And then they drink it and then they do whatever. And I'm just sitting here going, most of the judges in Can High County are men. How are they going to squeeze vagina liquor into my mouth?
Dude, it's like he was trying to make like a joke and then it just became like a retard, like Coomer joke. I think most people, especially if you're being like a confrontational dickhead, men or women, like if you're trying to tell them they're wrong about something and you're not being very persuasive and you're kind of being like a about it, like Rekieta is, I think most people would double down on that. I have no idea what the he's talking about with vagina juice, though.
I don't want them to. What am I, Zach Galifianakis? Am I Barack Obama? Am I Joe Biden? No. I do not want man juice in my mouth. So I go, can you just apply the law? Can you just apply the law? And when they do, they go, holy shit. It supports Nick's client. Here's the thing. I'm not a good lawyer. I didn't win because I came up with a novel legal argument. Literally, my clients have good cases. And I go, this person didn't hire that person. They hired someone else. Talk to someone else. Person A did not hire person C. Person A hired person B. Person B quit. Person C sues person A. Person C is not in the company of person B. The court's like, well, why are you there? Like, because these people are working in my house. It should be simple. But why are you there? Why are you in town? Why are you fighting this? I don't know. Freedom matters. My rights matter. If you don't fight the government, they get to just say whatever they want.
I have no idea what he's talking about. I'm going to be real with you. I feel like there's that meme about, like, based on IQ, a person can tell a story about two people talking and keep the name straight. If a person has an IQ above 100, they can develop a story where two people are referencing two other people telling a story. And then if you have like a very high IQ, you can on the spot come up with a story where two people are talking about two people talking about two other people that all have like different names and keep the names and shit straight. And somehow Rekieta is able to mastermind this web of parties in his head. And I am just too low IQ to follow what he's saying for whatever reason. Yeah, I'm like a 70 IQ prisoner in California.
Every bad defense attorney is 2 times better than the best prosecutor. You're sitting here. Anybody who's sitting here going, the state is right. Okay. Die. Die. The state is right. You want the government controlling what you do and say? Because the government would rather have people who are not literally raped by federal officers be able to say anything. When they go to say anything, they shut down their testimony. Like, wow, we want them to say everything. Yes, we want them to say everything, but they don't. Charlie says you're getting bent over with diameter, all because some ego and pride. Man, this is crazy. All right.
That's an awesome reaction. Hey, bro, you're dealing with the consequences of your own actions. How does it feel? Pretty good, I guess. I'm gonna take another drink of this empty glass, but there's a couple drops of liquor down there, and I need them. I need a recharge right after reading that.
Tell me more about my ego and pride, brother. I don't give a shit. People always say what they want to say. It doesn't matter what you say. So say it. You want me to fight you on it? I'm not a narcissist.
Oh God, is that Maker's Mark? That explains the Medicaid rant. Let's see that bottle look again. Instant
I'm
replay.
not a narcissist.
It's got a wax cap. That doesn't look like Maker's Mark though, because the wax is red for Maker's Mark. Okay, so Ethan is drinking Maker's Mark, and Rekieta, being a new Ethan Ralph who hates Medicare, has to also drink Maker's Mark, but he's drinking like a bougier one that has a bougier cap. It's basically the same shit, but it's just green.
Mr. Medicare says, how quickly will the case move along now that the appeals finish? Be quicker, take a while. It's going to take a while, Jim. Our discovery window goes through in October. So it's October, man. Until October, we have potential dispositions, disclosures, whatever. In October, it'll end. And then we will probably file again for a summary judgment. Because the judge did not say we lose on the merits. The judge says this is not ripe for summary judgment yet until discovery's over. They negotiated out a discovery window somewhere around October. They didn't ask. They didn't ask.
Dude.
They didn't ask me. Think how long?
It's Jack Daniels. Dude, I think Jack Daniels, I've had it. That shit is bad. Jack Daniels sucks. If he's drinking Jack Daniels, he's down bad.
How long do you want your discovery window? You just chose one. Oh, please, as long as this can possibly go. What I like to do is if there's a milk beast over there, I'm not talking about Tess Holiday, or Nicki Minaj, or I'm talking about a literal bull, bovine, and your job is to get off. You wanted to like stay there while you just get the job done. No. They wanted to like run around the yard or whatever. Like, can you please stop running around the yard? I just want to do this. I just want to do that. And then you find out.
Oh, dude, Jim Beam is even worse. Jim Beam is like some of the most acrid alcohol I've ever had. I have no idea how they can call that a whiskey. Like, Jim Beam is like, it might as well just be like low grade vodka.
Oh, by the way, your next discovery date, your final discovery date is in October. It's in October. Are the Germans invading again? I'll defend the shore. So I just don't have to pay you as much. But Jesus Christ. They negotiated for an October term on discovery. It's like a year apart from when they were negotiating with the other party. And I'm like, why? We just be done with discovery in, I don't know, February, maybe March, 90 days. That'd be good. We just get rid of this guy and the next guy. Can we just bring all the DBZ characters on the stream with our Nintendo Wii or Nintendo Switch?
This dude was on his hands and knees for the anime people, specifically the people who like Dragon Ball. And now he's like, yeah, these Dragon Ball people are all and their characters are what a disrespect. He crowdfunded tens of thousands of dollars from his audience for the voice actor for Goku. Oh, dude, that's like such a that's the way he said that too. That's from such a deep place of contempt. That's like genuine hatred.
Whatever. You'd be like, haha, Goku says, Krillin, you're gay. Can we just do that? No. Oh, we have to fight? All right. So they set up an amateur boxing thing. It's always bad. To undercard the main event. The main event gets millions of views. They make tons of money. Good. But here we are going, what is this? Like, why is this life? I don't know. I literally don't know. I'm sitting here saying, hey, can we just finish this case? Why do you want to finish it? Oh, I don't know. Because I should win it. But even if I don't, I just want to move on.
You know
why I should win it is because you say, oh, Montegraph kind of seems like
No,
Well, how do you know?
I can't believe that's the thing that gets me. It's like, who is he lying to? I can pull up the clip where he says, word for word, Montegraph always liked sucking little boy. I think word for word, that's exactly what he says, and which is undeniably a reprehensible, defamatory statement to make about somebody who has no history, no convictions, nothing even indicating that they're besides a bunch of assholes making fun of him on the internet. And it's like, it's not just that, it's like a thing where he was like accused of being possibly like a, like when I say Vito is a, I mean it because he is one, but I would never say like Vito has done a specific act with children, because from what I understand, he's a non-contact. That's how he describes himself. So even if there was like a thing, like to go out and specifically accuse him of abusing little boys is just like insane. And he lies about this every time it gets brought up. He lied about it to me. He lies about it to his audience, and every time it gets brought up, he lies about it again. And I don't know why. Like, is he hoping to? What's his gambit? Is he like? Does he just not know what he said? How do you not know what you've said at this point in time? You're being sued for it. It genuinely makes me angry, because if you don't remember, that's why I stopped ever trying to do anything for Rekieta. When he messaged me on Signal midstream and said, "Hey, you're getting this fact wrong," I made a statement that could not possibly be defamation because it was a qualified statement, which I believe he was implying that he said probably or sometimes or may have or I don't know, but probably, that kind of thing. He said the exact opposite of a qualified statement. He said he knew for sure, always. After that, I was just like, you're not gonna lie to me. You're not gonna lie to my face about the shit that you said that I have clips on my website that prove the opposite. What disrespect. And if you're in his audience listening to this shit, this him lying about what he said about Montegraph and the thing he's being sued for when he talks about it like every night. Is absolute proof that he has nothing but contempt for his audience and really, really does not believe in their own intelligence.
I know that. I don't know. All the times when he admitted just go read his transcript. The stream where he did about, I don't need you to evaluate his claims. I just need you to look at them and go, oh shit, that's reasonable. Bainling says, methinks.
I don't know what he's talking about either. Like that he admitted that he's a read the transcripts. Where the fuck did he met if that, like, that's another thing. Like, to lie about that. Because I've looked at this. I don't know if you guys remember, but I did a whole conversation with Montegraph. When Montegraph was threatening to sue Jim, I talked to Montegraph, and by the end of that conversation, he said he wasn't actually intending to sue Jim. And we talked about his movies and stuff and where these allegations came from. I have never seen any transcript where he admits that he's a. It's just nonsense. It's so insulting.
You should go to sleep, come back and do the rest of your document later. Why? I'm delving into where I am. It's fun. Drunk, whatever. Call me. You guys are going to call me whatever anyway.
It's been an hour of Rekieta. My boy, this is the Rekieta stream. I'm going for 4 hours if I have to. It's nonstop Rekieta. It ain't going away. I'm not even joking. If you're hoping for any, I'm not even going to mention anybody else. You just got to strap in.
Am I tossed? Yeah, it's great. Medicare says another 5 months just for discovery. Asking for a summary judgment moved faster than that. Let's stretch out for months as well. No, so asking for Jim, 5 months for the close of discovery. Asking for summary judgment comes after the close of discovery because we asked for summary judgment before discovery was closed. And Jennifer, not Jenna Fisher, she's hotter. Jennifer Fisher is ugly, decided to say, hey, by the way, we're going to close discovery on this date. And then the respondent, defendant, whatever, can do what they're going to do. Great. Cool. So if you have some synth speakers or something while I'm out talking to someone else, you want to sit there and finger your butthole or whatever, go for it. The reality is it's going to take 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. Who cares? Who's going to tell the judge they're taking too long? 30, 60, or 90 days will make our case, as it were, And then the jury, I guess, can decide whether or not I was truthful when I said that Montegraph probably likes little boys.
It's not what he said. I'm gonna have to find this clip because it's driving me crazy. He's just gonna keep lying about it. I feel the need to do the objection and then play the evidence where he says otherwise. By the way, what he's saying is that the appeal. Just to clarify, the appeal. What he appealed was that Montegraph was in Colorado at the time that he sued Rekieta. Colorado has a law to stop all but the strongest of defamation lawsuits. Minnesota has no such law. So therefore, applying the lawsuit in Minnesota is advantageous to Montegraph. Rekieta argued that Montegraph should have sued in Colorado, or that because Montegraph lives in Colorado, Colorado law should be applied. And yes, it is possible in certain situations for a Minnesota court to litigate Colorado state law in their own courts. It's very weird, but it can happen. So they went to the appeals on this, and the appellate court said, we're not persuaded at all that this should have been the case. Literally, we're not persuaded. Randazza tried to make this very eloquent argument using all sorts of facts and logic. And by the way, just so you know, I watched with Uncivil Law, or no, Potentially Criminal. Sean, I watched with Sean. I think his name is Potentially Criminal, but his name is Sean. That's how I know him. I watched the appellate oral arguments with him, and Randazza did a great job. Schneider was pretty bad in oral arguments. But even though Randazza was much more direct and knew what he was talking about, and the $50,000 of money really showed because he had great presentation, the facts of the case just weren't in his favor. So now it's back to where it started. The case is in Minnesota. There's already a very bad judgment against him where the judge basically says, I think that this is probably per se defamation already. Then they went to the appellate court. The appellate court kicked it back to Minnesota. And now it's right back where it started, except Rekieta is $50,000 poorer for the effort. So if he had just let this ride, he wouldn't be $50,000 poorer, and the case would probably be over or close to being over by now. But he decided to fight this the entire way on bad merits because the problem is that Rekieta said it. Like, he said the defamatory thing. And you can always sue somebody where they're from, basically.
I don't know why I'd lie about that. I've seen the
Monograph's probably I don't know why I'd lie about that. Me neither.
Support
probably
a
doesn't
bunch
either.
Of shit that's crazy. The guy threatened to murder me. He threatened to murder my entire family because I said, oh, yeah, he lost the lawsuit. I'm going to join the Sweaty Squad. Sweaty Squad's going to kill Nick Rekieta and his family at his gas station. I'm like, okay, cool. This guy's like, oh, but also, I'll touch your kids. Holy fuck,
clarification. Someone in chat pointed out that they hired an appellate court specialist to do oral arguments. Whoever I thought it was Schneider, but I'm wrong. But whoever it was is bad. If he's an appellate court specialist and that was his, performance at oral argument, he's not very good at it. Sorry not to be a dickhead, but I was not impressed.
Like, don't do that. Touching kids is bad. To be fair, he was talking to a Mexican family at the time, not mine. But he's sitting there going, he called me. Montegraph, have you looked at you? Have you looked at you? Have you seen what you do? Have you seen what you say? Have you seen the movies you create? Have you seen the online chatter? Jim, I know you remember this. You brought me on the show to talk about Montegraph losing his lawsuit to one guy. Guy called him a pedo. Montegraph sued him. Guy said, hey, no, we need this dismissed. And Monty's like, okay, shit. And he got tossed right out of the court. Why is that? Because it was real. Anyway. The internet is a great place because you can do whatever you want. Say whatever you want. You can be whatever you want. And then everybody else will determine you're something else.
If you have,
Meow
sorry, I
Wow.
was looking for the origin of Montegraph and the lawsuit. If you can, I'm trying to find the clip, but it's hard to do on my setup. If you can just like tag me on the forum, like in the Man at the Internet thread or whatever, I would really appreciate it because I want to play it.
Growl says, just end the stream pass. I'm not even close to passing out level. Jesus Christ. Killer King says, you didn't say probably. I thought you didn't lie. I don't lie. If I didn't say probably, cool. If I just said he likes touching little boys or whatever, sucking. Great. I stand by everything I said about Montegraph. I 100% believe everything I've said about Montegraph. 100%. It's amazing. He's had every opportunity to disprove it, not just against me, but against other people who sued him for the same shit. Montegraph has never been able to disprove that he's. Edgar says, wait, so if discovery takes 5 months, summary could take up to 3 months. You might have another 8 months of this at a minimum. I'm amazed it's going on this long. Yeah, brother. Might be 8 months of discovery and then however many months of pre-trial motions, post, then trial and trial motions, and then post-trial motions, right? If there's an appeal to go on. Who knows? Who knows? Funny thing is, the best part is, say Montegraph wins this thing. He has to prove damages. The problem with Montegraph is that when I started talking about him, his viewers went up, his income went up. They went higher. So he's gonna what? Hope I'm in a position where he's me with his dick up.
I don't think Medicare is probably. I don't
This
know
is
if
the
he's
problem
trying
they've
to
had.
get him
They
to
have
say
not
certain
been able
things
to
or what.
show any actual damages from Montegraph. He doesn't have damages because he doesn't have income.
So he's hammering on the damages thing, and it's like, first of all, you've hired Randazza, so even if he is, he has $100 of damages, you owe him $100, which may not cover his legal fees, but his legal fees are probably $10,000 at this point, and yours are $100,000 plus. And by the time that discovery is over, it might be $250,000. It's going to be a lot of money. Randazza is not cheap. Hiring a big shot California attorney like that to represent you all the way through a case can be up to $500,000. I was quoted, by the way. I contacted a big wig in a big firm in California, and they said it would probably be $500,000 at a rate of like $2,000 an hour, and that's without appeals. So and Randazza is from California, I'm pretty sure. So if you hire like the best of the best in California, you're going to be paying an exorbitant rate that your mind can't even process.
He doesn't have income because he's an embarrassing streamer who jerks off on
the other part of that, he doesn't have to prove damages because it's per se defamation. This is another weird thing to lie about. Montegraph can't prove damages. He doesn't have to. The judge already thinks that it's per se defamation. He doesn't have to prove damages. It's per se.
Corpses of dead people that he was bullying. I don't know. That's a joke. Is it? Yes. Read the document. Look at this guy and go, yeah, he's fine. He's okay. This Inder is okay. It's never okay. None of these people are okay. They're broken. God damn it. People think I am what I am. I'm like, good, cool. Do you see what your congressmen are? You never will. They're way worse. They're way worse than anything you could be. Ah, shit. Hold on. Just trying to find my mouse so we can do this.
Maybe I should skip here just a bit. I don't want to miss any great Rekieta content, though, as he fumbles to read his own legal documents.
I'm bad at it. Look, it's not your fault, but it is, chat. I know. Jim, by the way, how long do you have left to live, Jim? Seriously.
Hey, I got a couple questions regarding your case. How How long you got left to live there, buddy? How long till that leprosy claimed you from this sweet hearth? Classy.
I want to know because I've had this dream of going to your house, just sitting outside, like petting your roses or whatever. Do you have flowers? I don't know.
Okay, hold up. Let's see, if generic white man has deceived me, I'll be very displeased with generic white man. But I trust him. I trust him. Oh, okay, this is directly from Montegraph. Okay, so let's hear what he has to say.
Ellie fan, Montegraph is a child diddler. Montegraph he's on this thing where he's like emailing everybody I know now. Montegraph has always been into sucking little boy, which is weird, but that's his thing. Look, I'm not here to stop him. I'm just saying he should probably be shot in the head. Montegraph, you're everybody knows you're clip this all you want and sue me if you want, you child molesting. Do that. How about you try that? I don't care.
Bro, if this goes to a jury trial, he is going to get slaughtered. I forgot how bad it was. I knew the first bit at 10 seconds, but like it just goes on, and it doesn't get any better. He's going to get slaughtered like a baby lamb. They're going to take him and they're going to cut him apart. Like he doesn't stand a chance, and he keeps lying about it. It's right here. It's archived on the Montegraph channel. Okay, it's not going anywhere. He has a hard copy of it. You ask him to sue you. You say that he's a child molester. You clarify, just so in case people weren't confused. What did he mean by always like sucking little baby dick? Maybe he hasn't sucked little baby dick. Oh, sorry, he is a child molester. So he didn't just like it. Theoretically, he's done it because he's a child molester. Okay. And then he lies about it. He lies about it and says, I didn't say that. I'm like, it's right here, bro. You're going to say this is AI? This is from years ago. We didn't have AI back then. It's nonsense, man.
Where you live doesn't beget flowers. Petting your whatever your perennials are. Then you're perineum. Like, oh God, Jim.
Well, okay. See, this is what I mean. Discovery is expensive. If Rekieta's going to come out there and say that video is doctored, you know what's going to happen? Montegraph is going to have to subpoena YouTube. He's going to have to subpoena Rumble. He's going to have to get the evidence of this. And then what? Is Rekieta going to hire an expert to evaluate the media? And that's thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars down the drain. When he could have just said, I'm sorry, and found some way to compromise with this guy to begin with years ago. And he would have spent far less. I understand not wanting to do that on principle, but you're clearly in the wrong. You're clearly in the wrong when you're saying this about somebody.
Through this, will you please have an enlarged prostate, but then get over it? And you're like, no, Nick, I can't. COVID has got me. I called government at first. I told them that COVID was going to kill millions of people, and then it did. And I'm like, Jim, the elderly aren't people. Neither are blacks. And you're like, no, but that's who they killed. So it killed old people and black people. I'm like, well, there aren't old black people, so those are white people. And then he killed black people, and you're like, I'm like, Jim, why are you so scared? And you're like, I have COPD of the vagina or whatever. And you just want to, like, you just don't want to die from Governor Tim Walz. Jim, I will protect you. I will put my mouth, buttocks, whatever it is, over your fragile, sensitive vagina. I'll save you from that.
I want more of this. I want more of Rekieta's impression of Jim afraid to die. This is the quality comedy that I want to hear more of. I want to hear Rekieta go on a full half-hour long pretend soliloquy from Medicare's perspective as he begs not to die. This is what we need. This would really impress people with how classy and sophisticated and funny he is.
Again, isn't going to give you COVID, and I didn't have COVID. What am I? Jewish? I don't have COVID. Come to your house, sit around in your front yard until you come out because you can't stop me anymore. I'm just sitting there meditating over tea or whatever. Like, Jim will come. If I don't build it, Jim will come. You come out, you're like, what are you going to build there, champ? I'm like, I don't know, Slugger. Can I call you Slugger? Because I think I'm older than you. But if I'm not, you look younger than me because you look like you're dying. I want to build a movie theater for you, Jim, to just play Charlie Brown movies for the rest of your life. It's probably going to be 2 or 3 minutes. I want that to happen. And we just have us have a good time. Why is it so hard? You're like, but I'm in St. Louis Park. You're not. I know. That's a joke. I'm in St. Louis Park. That's where all the Jews are. Like, Jim, how much gold do you have? He's like, enough to mortgage 12 houses. But because they're Jews, 24 houses. 3.5% to maybe 12%. Jim, don't do it.
I have no clue what he's talking about. I don't know why Jim is suddenly in St. Louis. Why is Jim in St. Louis? Can someone explain to me why Jim's in St. Louis now? St. Louis. I don't. Mess.
Instead, I need you to go. I need you to go to the Mayo Clinic. Hand him a jar of Hellman's and say, please, gentlemen, save me. Save me. Here's Hellman's. Put it on the back of the bread.
St. Louis Park is apparently a suburb of Minneapolis. Okay, I thought he was actually in St. Louis, the city, far, far away from Minnesota.
Put it on a sandwich. Put it on, oh God, put it on a soup. Chicken wings, I don't care. I just need the Hellman's mayonnaise to keep me sustained. Jim, I'm kidding. Seriously, dude. Get well, have fun, make fun of me all you want. I don't care.
This is like the 4th time.
I love you, man. You introduced me to Montegraph. You cost me all this money.
Oh my God, he blames Jim. Yeah, I remember the time where Jim, held a gun, his little emaciated hand shaking as it holds a Colt 45, and it pointed right at Rekieta's head, and he says, "Listen here, big guy. I need you to say that Montegraph likes sucking little boy dick, and that he's a child molester. I need you to do this for me. It'll be funny, big guy. Trust me on this, Rekieta. You like me, don't you? You want to buy a hat and call Montegraph a child rapist, don't you? You want to be cool on the internet, don't you?" And then Rekieta was just helpless, like, "Yes, master, I do. I do want to become cool on the internet. I will do as you say." I remember this as it happened. People don't share this clip as much as the other one, but I remember that clearly.
This to me, I will forever never forgive you. Like, when you finally die and they bury you in the ground, I'm gonna go find your corpse. I'm gonna dig you out. I'm gonna donate to you to the U of M, and I'm gonna say, "Oh no, this is a Muslim whose vest didn't go off. Can we put it back on him and send him into Israel?" And we will FedEx that to Israel. His name will be Muhammad Allah, who I don't know, Boba Tea or whatever. I'll put the vest on him. Say, "Go in peace. Find your 72 virgins." And that man will flow right into Israel. He will blow up in town square.
Is he talking about
He'll
Jim
kill probably
or
2 or 3
Montegraph?
Jews. No Jewish women, because they keep them for the calendars. They don't
conversation.
put them on the front lines. And then
I'm going to turn this down
only then
a little
will
bit,
he go back.
and I'm going to just talk over him more
heaven.
often, because I think
He will find
if I just pause to give
72
commentary, shit's
World of
fucked.
Warcraft
So
players.
can you guys hear me over Rekieta?
And all of them play Warlock. And they're all like, "Please,
Warlock's a good support.
please, don't bend me over. Keep me standing, because that's how I like it." And Jim will be like, "Why is I didn't do the bombing?" And I'll call hell myself, and I'll be like, "Hey, by the way, Jim, I did this. I did this to you, but I'll buy a hat." I'm kidding.
That's actually a decent punchline. I'll buy the hat. Okay. Now that you're a martyr for Islam
Bob
in
Smith
Israel.
says, "Nick, I don't care how
Buy a
drunk
hat.
I don't care how drunk he is. Who gives a?" Nick said, "Buy 2 hats." Do you have one that comes in yarmulke? I need that for my circumcised penis. Literally, the chat doesn't know. You do know. I love Medicare. He's a guy I grew up watching. I was 30.
Yeah, you're the same age.
Because we don't grow up in our teens anymore. We grow up when we're 30 or whatever. And Jim's out here making fun of people. And I'm like, oh God, I used to make fun of people too. I can do this. He's doing that. And now Jim's making fun of me. And I'm like, God damn it. He's right. Good. I'm going to keep doing it because I want more. I want him to stay alive. I want him to like do that thing where he travels around the mall and they have that treadmill. They have the black guy running on it. They're like, see if you can keep up with the black guy. And the police officers get on there and they just fall over and over. But like the one Mexican gets on there, the black guy has a green card in his hand. The Mexican overtakes him every time. He's like, oh, I will shingle your roof or whatever. I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you. And he just chases him down. I want Jim to have one of those with his wheelchair with Bill Gates, like where he's sitting on Bill Gates' lap, just like rolling 12 miles an hour. He's like, I've got super buff arms. I don't. Jim's arms are way better than mine. And then you think about it and you're like,
Sir, there's another hour and a half of this.
If this man
Just
were in
letting you know right
Hiroshima,
now, we're listening to all of it.
he would need a handicap ramp to survival. They didn't even have those. They didn't even have those. They flash images of Japos on the wall. They put them into dust and made them into pudding for Dr. Phil or whatever. And you're like, oh God, what would Jim have done there? Like, no, he wouldn't have done that. He would have been FDR. He would have been FDR. No, he would have been an American president in his wheelchair.
Is Jim healthier than Nick?
He would have died and left it to Eisenhower to solve the goddamn problem of the Japanese. Eisenhower created anime, Jim. You didn't. Why? Why'd you lie to me? Why'd you lie? You said you created anime. You're watching these big titty anime bitches. No. You created the interstate highway system. You created legal drinking age of 21. You created everything wrong with America. You tried to
Someone better animate this stream.
Eisenhower. Eisenhower's you. Like, oh, I have a wheelchair too.
Eisenhower is the one that said that quote about what America hopes to come to pass.
You had internet access and a time machine, and you went back. You dropped the bomb on the Japanese. Thank you, by the way. You should have done more, but you didn't. Instead, you left karaoke bars.
Please,
sushi. What the fuck is
I
wrong
think
with
that. I think that now. I think it's time. I think it's time to time and a half it. If he's going too fast for you guys, let me know. But I try to not do 2x or time and a half because I know the podcast people like to listen to me. I'll do time and a half. Hopefully it's not too indecipherable. If anything is, listen, if you're listening to this on podcast on 2x, if he says anything important, I'll stop it and explain.
Big booty bitches, like knocking themselves, like animated ones, because no Japanese women have an ass. They don't have an ass because they don't matter.
That's too fast.
Because Japanese men just want a hand. Hand up, hand out, just like communists. They're like, oh, wait, I can do this. And their hand becomes a futanari. Have you seen? I know you know this. Their hand, a slit opens up here like in Vampire Hunter D, and instead of a mouth, an intelligible conversation, a giant black comes out, and they're like, this is Elizabeth Warren. Then they die themselves. And you're like, no, this is good. I'm like, Jim, no. Why would you create anime? No, please nuke them again. Please nuke the Japanese again. Just tell me it's a campfire.
I don't know how to interrupt this.
We don't direct a campfire. I'm like, no. Keep your paper wall, rice paper. It's even worse. Keep your rice paper wall structures. I hope your government buildings are rice paper too. The North Koreans at least learn how to use
I'm just imagining Nick testifying in Congress.
But again, as the Chinese like give birth, they'll tell you
C-SPAN keeps cutting to all the very serious faced politicians watching him explain to him about like the atomic bombing of Hiroshima.
No, you sit there and you're like, no, we want to create anime. We'll create Japan. Japan will be better with anime and Tom Cruise. Like, stop. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Remember that rollerball movie where James Caan killed Japanese people with his bare hands? That's what we need. That would stop anime. A nuke doesn't stop anime. Bare hands of James Caan, he'll kill every anime on the planet. He can team up with Charlie Bronson in Kinjite. He's like, I don't need your kimono wearing slant-eyed asses out there. Kill yourselves.
Dude, we're only at, I did it, I put it on 1.5 before. It was too fast, and now it's at 1.25. So he is talking really fast.
I'm making fraud.
Someone pointed out how he is like switching between like lethargic, almost passing out, blackout drunk babbling to like super hyped up use where he's speaking very fast. It's like his brain is literally like, it's like there's a flapping part of his brain that's just switching back and forth between like depression and like uppers, and it's complete nonsense. His central nervous system is just having a complete and total collapse.
Rice the Chinese way. I'm like, Charlie Bronson, what are you doing? Like, that's like Charlize Theron, monster. You're weird. You're ugly. You look like a man. And I'm like, oh yeah, Charlie Bronson did this. He had a rope. But he didn't use it. He didn't need to. He had Fukushima. And he's like, I'm going to send radioactive water. You send radioactive water to your house. Charles Bronson. And then by then, it was a battle of the egos.
Keep in mind, this is 1.25x. You know, I'm going to put that on the screen so people know. I've got it sped up.
Riley U.S. Leafson says, I used to wake up with my liver like next to me, smoking a cigarette and flipping me off. Both doing much better now, 8+ years later. Barbara Rogers says, Nick will survive this. Of course I will. Jesus Christ. Oh my goodness. Summary. Montegraph and his gang of lawyers who don't know what they're doing beat the best reader at this one. Big. Like Tom Hanks after he sees a man. I'm large. Montegraph and his small town Minnesota, never done a defamation case, attorneys have defeated the best defamation lawyers in the country. Do you know how much Randazza charges per hour?
Oh boy, this is going to be some fun information.
You know how much it costs? It's at least a Big Mac. It's at least a Big Mac. And then Montegraph is over here with a retarded appellate attorney. He's like, I've never even been to appeals. I don't know what to write. And he writes an argument that's incomplete. In fact, Randazza and his team, they capitalize on this. I don't even want to know how much my appeal costs. They capitalize on this. They go, yeah.
He said $50,000 on a different stream, somebody pointed out. Not just the appeal. There's still the rest of the case that's happened, and that will happen.
This appeal doesn't make any sense because this isn't even in the standard. I'm like, you're right. It's not. It's not in the standard, but the court didn't care because Montegraph and his cut-right disco attorney, who's still in roller skates or whatever, he's walking circles around one of the best anti-defamation lawyers in the country, which is Randazza. Oh my God, how much does he cost? How much does he cost? I don't know. I try not to look.
Randazza is definitely $2,000.
I'll pay it either way, like I have to.
I'm pretty sure. It's
and
a lot.
Like, hey,
he's famous. He's like a top
lose?
lawyer.
Well, trying their stuff. I'm like, what? But like, I know why this wasn't defamation. Why don't you? Well, we want to do X, Y, Z. I'm like, well, I mean, I guess that's cool. Benjamin, the Dream Wizard says, grifting off of Medicre's death, chef's kiss. No, I'm grifting off of the possibility that Medicare will die. If this was at Niagara Falls with me, I wouldn't push him off the cliff. That'd be really weird. I would push him into Canada and Trudeau would kill him with COVID up his butthole. And I would absolutely do it. Jim, if you and I were at Niagara Falls, I would demand a hand job first, but I would shove your ass into Canada. Like, hey, Justin, son of Fidel, will you please come down here and rid me of this problem? He's like, what can I do, my black brother? I'm like, I've done blackface as hard as you. Like, there's a guy here who's never done blackface. You know why? Why? Because he's in a wheelchair and it doesn't have rims. It doesn't have rims, Justin. It's like, oh my God, I got to get the Negro police on this.
Rekieta, someone in the chat pointed out that Rekieta had been quoted for $40,000 before as a retainer. So he's easily at least $100,000, I would wager.
A bunch of like weird Latino and Filipino Canadians come down. Like, we don't have blacks here in Canada. Blacks aren't welcome here because they steal bikes and we like to ride bikes in the mountains. But we do have Filipinos. We do have Latinos.
There's a lot of black people in Canada.
And maybe a Dominican or two when we need a knife. Jim's sitting there like, wait, no, he doesn't have arms. His arms do math. Medicare says they'd force me to use the MAID thing. I think that's what the Canucks call it when they in their healthcare. Yeah. Yes. They're like, oh, sorry, we have an option to beat your cancer. And you're like, oh, what is it? And they're like, well, it's death. What do you mean? That doesn't sound right. And they're like, no, it's fine. Like, well, what method do you use? Do you like a lethal injection where it feels good and then I die like slowly in my sleep? No, we don't do ketamine here. That's all for Elon Musk and his butthole. You don't get ketamine.
I was gonna say lethal injection. The way that they do it, they use I can't remember the name of it. It's like I want to say it's like sodium, potassium chlorinate or some shit. It's a really awful chemical. Lethal injection is the way they describe it is like fire burning through your veins until you die. It's not a very nice way to go out. I prefer to be shot.
Are you? What are you even in Silicon Valley? And you're like, I'm going to show you my Silicon Valley. It's been repaired so I can sit in this chair. And like, no. Here's what we're going to do. We are going to put ketamine in your mouth, then one of your viewers in your mouth. And
Sodium
put
chloride.
a gun in your
No, that's
vagina and
salt.
pull the trigger until you're dead.
It's like potassium.
Like that doesn't sound pleasant. Like it's not pleasant. It's free speech, bitch. The
Sodium
Canadian way.
pentothal. That's a.
Canadians don't do anything. They pull the trigger on themselves. You know they do. But closer. God damn it, Jim. Why are you doing this to me? I hate you. But closer scrutiny reveals that, given the interdivisional split discussed above, some Colorado courts, some of them, do weigh evidence at the second step of adjudicating anti-SLAPP special motions to dismiss, requiring courts to evaluate plaintiffs' reasonable likelihood of prevailing on their claims. They actually don't. They literally don't have to value the weight of the evidence.
Reminded that this was like a legal thing.
Says, Nick, I know a guy who has who has pie. We're gonna get you feeling the sunshine. I'll eat pie on the Rumble stream. Mr. Rubio says, how do you feel about drugs, Nick? I don't care what people do. Go do whatever you want. If the government wants to intervene in your life, it doesn't matter what it is. Drugs, school, speeding, you being a gay. I don't care. Whatever you want to do. Like, why would you acquiesce to the government? You own that.
It's like a meme where, like, whenever I see a clip of his shows, there's always something on the screen that has nothing to do with what he's talking about. It's like
every time.
It's like if you took like an actual streamer's like setup and just replaced the webcam with like a homeless person lunatic screaming at the top of his lungs. That would be the effect that watching a Rekieta stream has. It's like, this is weird. This is not correct. This is not a correct combination of things.
Get killed. Nuclear Acorn says, I may not be allowed to exist as a person, but at least I want to see how your appeal went. Hope it was well. No, it didn't go well at all. Again. One of the best.
In case you're wondering, that Nuclear Acorn person who's giving him simpies in chat is supposedly Mandy the catfish, but he's like, I just want to hear your appeal, Rekieta. I just want to know about what's happening. I don't want to hear the nasty internet drama. I want to hear like I want to hear the appeal. How did it go? Did it go well? He's just like, no, you stupid. It didn't. I lost, retard.
The best defamation defense attorneys in the country. He lost the appeal. Minnesota. A choice of law.
He's so salty about that. Bro, you know, Reneza has a very strong reputation. I'm sure I've heard him speak at the oral arguments. He seemed very eloquent and very informed. But he's defending somebody in an impossible situation. The statement that Rekieta made could not possibly be more defamatory. Like, I don't know what more he could have said, except for maybe at the end adding on, by the way, everything I just said is false, and I know it's false, but I say it anyways because I hope to cause Montegraph reputational and financial damages. Like, that's the only, and even then, I think tacking that on might put it so over the top that it becomes satire in its own right. You know what I mean? Like, how do you make what he said worse?
Can we just dismiss the case outright? I don't know. Edgar says, so are you free to stream how you want on YouTube or Rumble? So forcing you the whole switch over. No, I get to choose what I want. Not used to seeing you over here for extended streams. No, that was one of the goals of my renegotiation was like, I don't want to be as controlled on that. I don't think the switch to Rumble.
Someone says it's potassium chloride that you use to kill people with lethal injection. I knew it was a potassium. I didn't think it was a sodium.
Rumble is good. If I want to start a show on YouTube, I kind of want to end a show on YouTube. And by end a show, I mean someone else's show. You know what I mean? Like, I want to have the show on YouTube the whole time. I do the Rumble flip. I don't have to. I'm getting a feel for it or whatever. But yeah, man. No, it's good. Jim, though, if you ever want to like have me on the show, make fun of me, I don't care. I literally just want to hold your hand while you pass on into the Neverwinter or whatever. Like tentacle. Come on, Jim. Don't do tentacles into that good night.
Dude, I've seen the Jim seething is the best shit in the stream. Every time he sees Jim message, he sees Jim say something, he has to remind him, Jim, you're gonna die. I just want to be there when you die. I just want to see life leave your eyes, Jim. I love you though. Hope you make a million. Hope you say a million hats, brother.
Baby seals and boogies or whatever. ATF agents. Anyway, man, I legitimately, please don't invite me on. I'll just be drunk and stupid. Please don't invite me on, but hear this. Jim, get healthy as you can. And I'll meet you at the gayest breakfast place in Minnesota. We can have mimosas if your constitution can handle it. And then I'll make you eggs. We won't buy eggs at the buffet because that's really gay. But I'll make you eggs at your house or whatever. Just the whites, though. Jim says, you can hold my hand. You'll have to buy a hat first. Priorities, after all. I'll buy every hat you've ever sold. I hate the internet because I'm sitting here going, God damn it. You're like, I'm using Jim. I'm like, I just want Medicare to live so you can make fun of me. I'll do stupid stuff just so we can live. God damn it.
Someone asked, why is he just making shitty jokes constantly? That's a great question. The reason why is that at some point, Nick Rekieta realized that he did not want to be a law tuber. He did not want to be involved in law. He didn't want to do arduous amounts of stream prep so that he could stream for multiple hours a day and cover cases like people wanted. He didn't want that lifestyle. He became envious of Dick Masterson, who does no show prep, reads a couple of articles, and collects $40,000 a month for the privilege of doing so. At least, not including his other sources of income. When the camera is off, Dick gets to go out to LA. He gets to smash underage box. He gets to buy prostitutes. He gets to do drugs. He gets to do basically everything that Rekieta loves to do and be paid for the privilege of doing it. So, when you hear him rambling, I think in his mind what he's doing is this. He knows that his LawTube streaming thing is dead. It's not coming back. He's not going to be that guy again. And more importantly, he does not want to be that guy again. I think what he's doing in the flippant way that he handles his own audience and his own reputation is that he is practicing. I think that these streams in his head are practice. He might want the money. I don't know. But I think mostly the way that he justifies continuing to do it is that he's training his comedian skills. He's trying to write jokes. I think people have caught him reading off his screen because he would say stuff and you could see his eyes like move as he reads stuff off his monitor from the side. So that's my opinion, is that he thinks that he's practicing to one day become like a Dick Masterson, LA-based comedian type guy, which is... For a father of six, I want to say, I think it's 6 children, who's already firmly in his lot in life, it's one of the most sad and pathetic developments that a person could possibly try and undertake. It's like, what a way to ruin everything for literally no reason.
Please, Jim, live. You're like Leonardo DiCaprio in Titanic, except you're not chasing Kate Winslet. You're chasing the loser rich guy's hat. No, don't throw that up. It's like, well, Kate Winslet has titties and a vagina that you were just drawing. You're like, I don't care. I'm going to jump in the ice cold water. I'm like, there's a door. You fit on top of her, the door, and the hat. And you're like, no, I'm going to put the hat in the ocean. Well, I'm freezing to death. I'm like, well, that's 2020 for you. I know Jim's still there talking about the weatherman. Kelly's like, COVID's going to kill us all. It's like, no, only old people, and who cares about them? Why do you mind? And he's like, I have COPD, and he dies. And then if AI takes over his stupid goddamn YouTube account, he's posting my channel. He's like,
that's
no,
my AI. I already said I would do this. Don't you dare. I have the rights to Jim and his potatoes.
Boogie put his saliva on my balls to put in your mouth while you were dead. You didn't even care. You didn't care. Right, here we go. It's more important than that. Closer scrutiny reveals that given the individual.
Oh, yeah, there's a lawsuit that I'm part of.
Some Colorado courts do weigh the evidence. At the second step of adjudicating anti-slap, special motions dismiss requiring courts, not corpses, to evaluate plaintiffs' reasonable likelihood of prevailing on their claims. See Salazar agreeing that review of a special motion to dismiss is similar to review of the sufficiency of the evidence. In that court reviewing Batman, such a motion is called on to determine whether the plaintiff's allegations in supporting affidavit viewed in conjunction.
You can't even read like a court motion without trying to do silly voices and shit to make it a joke.
Of success on the merits. That's a bunch of bullshit to say, yeah, you have to prove your case without proving your case. That's what it says. See also, Make Your Life Epic LLC. Noting that Colorado's anti-slap statute requires courts to consider the pleadings and supporting and opposing affidavits, saying the facts upon which the liability or defense is based and evaluate whether the plaintiff has established
the facts
there
are
reasonable likelihood he will
based on what?
prevail on the claim. And normally, if you are making a motion, you assume the claims claims are true for the purposes.
Someone linked this. Rekieta just posted this in his locals as an update, titled "Taking a Couple Days." Woo! Seems I was a bit more stressed than I knew. Haha. Taking a couple days to chill and work on some local stuff. Yes, actually. I'll try and find some times and post them in advance on here. Thanks for hanging with me through the weird shit. The local stuff is like a joke because he promised he would put out like 14 locals videos this month and he's done 0.
Of the motion. If you're defending a motion, the other side has assumed all the claims are true. We have ways to deal with this. We have ways to deal with this. They exist in the common law for ever. I've got a problem. The problem is you're a nation. I'm kidding. I'm not kidding. That is the problem. I'll be right back. 4 minutes or so. Less, I hope.
Oh, God. I think he's only actually gone for a couple minutes this time. Yep. He actually just had to pee this time. He didn't. He had to do a bump. That's it.
Can Andy wear one during the boxing match? Yes, it's white. It's who white? It's so white when I wear one of those hoodies and I go to Chicago, I just kneel on black people all the time. So I do. Anyway, I tried to find it. I tried to find my white nationalist Medicare Fuentes hoodie, and I didn't have it in my closet. What am I, Eminem? Like I used to have cool stuff in my closet, and now all I have is woke bullshit. I talked to Lady Raggers. I'm like, where's my white hoodie? She's like, you wore a white hoodie? I don't know, maybe. I was in Tennessee. I don't know what I did.
Is this the one where he has the powder like on his nose or in his mustache or something? I think there is like a little speck of white like on his right nostril.
I don't know where it is.
I can kind of see it.
So you're like, oh God.
Is that Coke?
I just wanted to back my friend Jim.
Is it like on the underside of his nose?
He doesn't have backs.
It is. You can see it. You can see the little speck. It's on the tip of his nose on the left side. It's like at the very, very tip of the nose. Is my mouse visible? Yeah, it is. Right here. See it? People are saying that that's Coke. Let's compare this. Let's go back before the break and see. I'll skip back to whatever. See, because there's a point where he was there. Oh yeah, he doesn't have a white speck right there normally. Then we go back to this. Oh God, I might have lost my place. There it is. Okay. Yeah, and then there's a white speck.
You shitload. Jim, I don't know if you know this, but there's a guy who made shirts with you and your alleged picture on the back. On the back because the Bears liked him or whatever. Patio furniture. Made these sweatshirts, his hoodie. It's got pockets in the front because people use pockets on shirts. I don't know why, like calculus students or whatever. His pockets on the front of their shirts. But it had Medicare shirts that he made for the Knoxville Knockout back when Chef Red Pill was still alive.
Chef Red Pill. Someone already changed their name on the Kiwi Farms. I got a name change request just today to change somebody's name to Chef Red Pill.
Wasn't his chef? Coach Red Pill. Chef Red Pill would be cooler. Coach was alive. Ralph and Dick and Coach were all friends. I was there. Andy Worski was still doing it. And we're like, this is funny. And Tonka still couldn't walk. Just like was in 4th grade or whatever. Did Andy wear one during the boxing match? Yes, it's white. It's who white? It's so white when I wear.
Is it? Wait, he's doing the ceiling cat thing again. Is looking up into the corner of the room a Coke thing? Did Andy Worski do this when he was on Coke? Because he wasn't doing the ceiling cat thing before. And now that he's back from the bathroom with the Coke on his nose, he's like looking up. This has to be like a thing that he does when he's on Coke.
One of those hoodies. And I go to Chicago. I just kneel on black people all the time. So I do. Anyway, I tried to find it. I tried to find my white nationalist Medicare Fuentes hoodie. And I didn't have it in my closet. What am I, Eminem? Like I used to have cool stuff in my closet, and now all I have is woke bullshit. I tell Lady Raggers, I'm like, where's my white hoodie? She's like, you wore a white hoodie? Like, I don't know, maybe. I was in Tennessee. I don't know what I did. Like, I don't know where it is. So you're like, oh God. I just wanted to back my friend Jim. He can't do it because he doesn't have back skin or muscle or skeletal structure. All he has is an iron lung, an iron kidney, and 3 iron Jews circumcised mouth. He just won't live. Oh, God damn it.
He's like imagining Jim in an iron lung, unable to move, missing his epidermis, completely skinless, getting mouth raped like a fleshlight by Jewish men. What the? And he keeps going back to Medicare. Why the fuck is he mad at Medicare? What a bizarre thing.
Jim, no, you can pull out of this. Please pull out of the Jewish mouth. Just kidding. I'm just kidding, Jim. Please, God, please don't make fun of me.
And he accidentally slams his brake button. What the?
Not the peeing lawyer song. I'm not peeing again. Nice try, Nick. Medicare and Fuentes. Nah, not now. Dude, I love that. I watched the Medicare Fuentes thing.
That was
tried
like
to be on Fuentes' side. I was really mad at Jim.
That was like
Jim,
2 years ago. You're still mad at Jim.
Behind you in high school, and you took the Italian dunkers. I know he knows what those are, even though he grew up with all the Jews in St. Jewish Park or whatever. He took the Italian dunkers. And I'm like, Jim, no. I have to buy.
Oh, that's what he's doing. That's why he keeps mentioning St. Louis Park. Is he trying to like smear Jim as being like a Jewish person? Like, oh, I know what part of Minneapolis you're from because you're doxxed. And I know that you're like Jewish or something. Is that what he's doing? Is this just like a coincidence, or is that like his angle?
Red Baron pizza. God damn it. But one day I beat him to the Italian dunkers. Shitty marinara sauce. You're from Ragu or whatever. So you get the Ragu, and then you add in this week's abortion from the high school sluts. Like that's you blend those up and you pour them into Ragu. And they're like, oh yeah, this will serve all the kids. And it would. And then you're like, noodles, what are those? And they're like, we don't care what those are. We have nondescript meat product to put in this sauce thing. Oh God, I love public schools. But then next week you're like, Italian dunkers, yes! You're happy about it every time.
Did I really say
Why?
Jewing instead of doing? Steak. Did I say that?
It's not a Red Baron pizza that you got because you were too embarrassed to buy anything else. Do you know what it's like? You losers don't even know.
I know that Jim is in the chat,
yeah,
but it's like you don't have to respond to everything he says by saying, I hope you get raped and die. Just kidding. I love you, bro.
Government with Scandinavia. You get Scandinavia. Scandinavian food is like Auschwitz for a T-Rex. I'm biting this with just bones. It's just bones. It's bones and dust. Some of this tastes weird. It's like, well, that's the seasoning. What's the seasoning? Zyklon. Like, no! Scandinavian food isn't good. Like their signature dish is lutefisk. That's where they take a fish, they put it in a jar of poison. And they take it out of that jar of poison, put it into another jar of poison. They take it out of that and they give it a shower, something Ed Norton hasn't seen in 12 years.
Did you know that Norwegian countries do not feed guests? And if you visit a Norwegian person's house, they will not eat with you, and they expect you to leave or bring your own food or something. Whereas if you go to based Italy and you visit someone's house, regardless of if they hate you or not, they will feed you. They will give you food, and they will be very proud of their food. This is a cultural difference between based med chads and cucked Scandinavian soy boys.
Ever since the last time he was with Kevin Spacey. And then they're like, oh yeah, we washed the poison off. Now eat it. And then the Norwegians are like, oh, this is good, yeah. And then they give it to the Dutch because the Dutch are retarded.
That's exactly how Norwegians sound, by the way.
Danish. If they spell Danish, they'd have to make a donut. If they made a donut, they'd be Vietnamese. But they're not Vietnamese because they haven't defeated communism in their own minds. They just loved communism from the start. So they go, oh, yeah, we'll make that donut, yeah. And they make a donut. And you're like, what is this shit? They're like, it's a donut. It's like, no, that's a cake in a circle.
I thought my accents were bad.
I want an illegal border crosser, but not a garden one. I want a swimmer from Asia to get here. I want them to bad drive and run over some of the Mexicans on the way. I want them to get here, with them to make my goddamn donut. And we go, oh, you're Chinese or whatever. And they go, oh, no, I buy it Vietnamese. Like, why did we save you? Saigon belonged to us and we just gave it away to your enemies. Why are you even here?
Dude, I have no. I have a feeling that what happens, because I don't have the chat archive to this, this is just the stream. My theory is that when he does these insane, like, logical non sequiturs, like when he says, Jim, I hope you get, like, mouth raped by Jews because you're from St. Jewish Park, and also, I hope you make $1 million and live forever. I have a feeling that his chat gets, like, really ornery with him and calls him out, like, on live. And his reaction to this, instead of, like, apologizing or moving on, is to just try and, like, disorient his chat with, like, an information overload attack, like Chris Chan does. And this is how he tries. He basically tries to do, like, a confuse ray on his own chat to disorient them so that they hurt themselves in confusion, instead of pressing the attack for being upset about what he said about Jim or whatever. That's the only logical thing I can come up with.
You should have gone to Saigon and died with dignity. Like, no, we make donuts. I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that's cool. And you're in Houston, Texas. So you have donuts. You have black people, but they're all at the dialysis center, which is literally next door. And all their single kids, and well, they're single moms, single kids. The kids are definitely dating. They're 6. The single moms are at the dialysis center, and all their kids are the daycare that I went to. I went to that daycare. It's America's Choice Daycare.
Like Destiny's
West
Gish
Gulf,
Up,
York,
yeah,
by the way.
something
Look
like
it up.
that. But that's
you
different.
go.
It's more
That's
autistic. It's the
And then
Chris
you're
Chan
like,
information
why do I have less
overload.
representation in my vote? We couldn't vote yet. We were children. Why do I have less representation in kickball than the Indian kids? One of them is a sniper. I didn't even know what to do with her. I didn't.
Someone mentioned the Sonichu medallion. And now that Rekieta is dead, we need to talk about who the next victim will be. I promise you this. Dick Masterson, if you wear a blue and red and white striped shirt, and you wear the Sonichu medallion, have Rekieta send this to you, the Sonichu medallion, and you read the same inscription that he did, and you put this on your personal channel or whatever, you send this to me in some way, you do this, you read the inscription, you wear the shirt, you wear the medallion, you have one favor with me. I will appear on your show, whichever show you would prefer me to appear on. I will do, I promise you, 2 hours of my time, favor token. But you have to wear the shirt, you have to wear the medallion, you have to say what Rekieta said when he wore the medallion last time. And you can't make Vito do it in your stead. It has to be you. You can't pay Vito to do it. I promise you this.
They respected women. I wanted to tie her to a bed and light her on fire, like every other Indian man. Bob's and Vagine are all that matters. Everything else is just embers and ashes of a bed. And then I'm like looking at the other Indian kid. And I'm like, how is math so easy for you? Why is that? He goes, oh, because my name means garbage. And the only thing I can do is climb the economic ladder. But if I can't detail what the ladder means, I don't know how to climb it. Like, are you that guy from Slumdog Millionaire? He goes, yes. It'll be released in 15 years. Please watch it. I won't. Slumdog Millionaire is like the movie Alive.
I might skip
soccer
this.
team crash on a mountain.
He's
I hope
still
they eat each
going.
other
This is
and
like a
die.
10-minute
Slumdog
rant.
Millionaire. I'm like, I hope he
His
dies.
chat
first.
has to be like completely enraged at him right now. For him to be going on
Here we
so
are,
long
like,
on one
Medicare. Why don't you
diatribe.
just die in front of all the Asians, and you could at least eat garden animals or house animals or
skip
whatever. He's
this.
like, no.
This is
Die on my
I'm
own
tapping
terms.
out. I can't do this.
Talk too much, Jim. Make hats. You make souffles.
Okay, he's
whatever,
back
like a
on Jen.
French
Never mind.
faggot.
We don't
You're
have to
sitting out
skip
here
anything.
like, we will make a souffle out of a Jim's speech. So we need tarragon and saffron. And like Jeff Garipe cooks his wife better than you can. And everything I know in this world is that Rumble should have given you a contract that says this is like a reverse mortgage. But we're not taking the home from your kids. We're taking the home from your wife in the hopes that she doesn't parallel park it in the Pacific Ocean.
He smiled again. He did the thing. Hold up. Look at this. Man, completely and totally satisfied with how that landed. That joke that he just did, he's like, nailed it. Yeah, that's exactly how it was supposed to be. Like, in his head, his eyes are closed. He's like on the stage, like on a Dave Chappelle level, where he's on like a stage in front of like 1,000 people at one of the largest like indoor auditoriums in LA or whatever, and they're all cheering, woo, woo. It's like not even close, brother. Not even close. You might have made 3 people who are completely step out of their mind and your own audience smirk at some point, but nobody laughed.
There you go. Here we go. Benjamin the Dream Wizard says
He's seeing the Joker in his mind.
off-medical
Yeah,
staff
exactly.
just-
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because the Joker wanted to be a comedian too, but he... It's exactly like that. He's in the audience, and like the half black lady is like giving him bedroom eyes. Like, oh my god, he's so funny. I can't believe how funny this Rekieta guy is. Oh my god, he's right. Jim should have cooked his wife in a souffle. That's in Asian women can't park. Oh my god, it's exactly like the Joker. That's
Jeez, no, not his death. A real Patriot Party. You punked chat for Unprinted on Friday. I did that. Do it twice. Gotta make that up. And no excuses. Be nice, Nick. Be nice. No. It's terrible.
Did my chat break?
Sound like Bruce Willis and 12 Monkeys. Holy shit, that's brutal. Take another drink. Absolutely. Nick, you should play video games or something. I'd love to, except every time I play video games, I just get sad. Dave says, better tell Jade not to try and park the house.
Refreshing, though.
That's what I'm saying. Or Megami says, Nick, love your drunken niffs. Zach Galifianakis, woman lawyer, jokes, rant killed me. I wish I remembered that. That sounds funny. What's this?
There is a quartering in the chat. Oh my god.
Aha was Banda. Can I get
Dude,
a toast for the
since
birth
I
of my
noticed
third
this,
child?
since quartering
August
talking in my
15th.
chat somehow broke the overlay, I think now is the appropriate time to reference a post I made on Twitter. Give me 1 second. Oh, I hit the wrong thing. Professional streamer. X.com. I guess probably pretty high up on Rumble right now. Rumble needs to cut me. Hambly, get me a deal with Rumble. I'll stop saying the K slur. That's my only sacrifice I'm willing to make for a contract. Okay, no, I want to play this clip because I woke up, or I didn't wake up, but I saw all these people talking about. Oh, that's my own stream. That's not what I want to play. This. I noticed many people who do not talk about Rekieta had mentioned Rekieta on or implied to mention Rekieta. And so this is my when I saw the people talking about Rekieta on Twitter who are like verified high follower account, this is what I heard in my head. I was like, okay, the commentary heard has been alerted. We have a certified outbreak right now, and they're all going to be rushing us.
Nulik, born 1 week ago today. Yes.
For some reason, this stream, I don't know. By the way, it's just as a follow up. I don't know why this stream in particular. I guess because he lost his appeal. Maybe it was because he went so hard on Jim. But a lot of people thought like, okay, this is the straw. Like I think he lost a lot of goodwill when it was when the Mandy catfishing thing happened and when the Dear John thing happened. But for some reason, this stream in particular is like, a lot of people are just like, okay, he is like a certified nut job at this point.
Person I can't pronounce the name of. Wait, what was it?
Oh, the Turkey
Aha,
Town video is
Washabara.
coming. I guarantee you. Because it's such an easy video to make. Like he had 100,000. Because you know how popular the fall of videos are on YouTube that get like multiple million views. Is there a harder fall from grace ever documented? 100,000 concurrent viewers. One of the highest concurrent viewers ever in YouTube history was to this guy. He was making like five-figure super chat days, not even including ad revenue or anything else, not including the Rebel contract. And then now he gets fewer viewers than me, and I'm a nobody. So I have no idea what it is that made this one the stream. Maybe it's just because of how bitter he is in this, but as opposed to, but I don't know, the Dear John one, I don't know. I would love to know from a source, someone close to the sources, why this stream was worse than the Dear John stream. I guess because you have to know the Dear John stream, like what he's talking about. I don't know. I don't want to dwell on it too long.
It changes. One kid, you're good.
It was the
Two
Johnny
kids, you're
Depp
good.
trial where he got 100,000. Yeah.
Second is a little different than the first. First is the leader. Second starts to grow their own personality, but it's subservient to the first. Third kid. Holy. They win. There are more rooms than you can be. There's 3 of them. And they pair off and use their iPads to torture you.
Thank you,
Like
Miss
a
Needs.
black guy at Eric's the bike store. Ask him about.
Oh,
the
I have to
goddamn
wait
gear
till the
shifts
last
on
30
the
minutes. Okay,
fucking
I believe you.
handlebars.
We
There's
got
not
28
handlebars
minutes
already
left.
sold it. The guy doing a wheelie down the street with no front tire. Why would you do that?
There's an hour
always
left.
do.
I'm going through all of it. I don't care if it takes me 4 hours. We're going through this entire thing.
Life Plus One says there's nothing to be conflicted about.
I just desperately want him to get out of the Joker hee silly
I take
phase
so
that
much
he's in
offense
right
to
now.
Do not. How dare you? Do not. Ever. Ever. I tried to let this go. I tried to let this go. Do not ever take Natalie's name in your mouth. Medicare says, iPad torture, lol. I can't imagine how many electronics kids would end up destroying by just using them. Jim, 5 children. Pretend they're all rich. You know, like they're not, but pretend they're all billionaire rich because they're children and children are stupid. What they do is they're like, oh yeah, I can have another one. Like when Leonardo DiCaprio looks at a Victoria's Secret model, he's like, yeah, I got one. I can have another. Your kids look at your iPad, their iPads. They're their iPads that they're ruining. You go, yeah, I can fix this. No, you can't. You're telling me you can't fix this? No, I can. Jesus Christ. Here an application of Colorado's anti-snuff statute. You thought we were done? You thought we were done? Consistent with sounds that would conflict with the animated reasoning of Laniker.
Are you desperately hoping to get away from this?
No. Jury.
I guess he hit a wall. He had gone as far as he possibly could have with his rambling, and then they were like, "Oh, I don't want to stop talking for even a nanosecond." So, oh shit, there's a court document in front of me. I can read that. How convenient that there's this court document right there for me to read.
Findings over feelings. You missed spot on your nose. Good. That can, depending on the findings, result in the complete dismissal of the underlying action. Why didn't they appeal that? Ryan Blue Thunder says, Nick, we missed you at the National Republican Lawyers Association conference last weekend. You being there would have raised the flag in so many ways. They're like, oh my God. I didn't know he was real. Maybe I could just kill him. Hold on.
Wait, he was invited into
Is this a button?
the National Republican Convention?
I literally don't even know. Let's try this. Where's refresh, you fucking... Oh, there it is. I said it right. I said... Somebody explain how nose candy works. I don't know. Ryan Blue's on it. Nick, we missed you at the National Republican Lawyer Association conference this weekend. You being there would have raised the flag in so many ways. Yes. You don't.
That's a super chat that he's reading. Where someone's like, he should have been at the RNC. What a bizarre statement to make. It's like someone sending me a super chat like, Josh, you should have been at the National Borzoi Breeder Convention. You being there would have added so much. Like, would it have really added a lot? I don't know.
Absolutely.
I don't think so.
But it's funny that could have been there.
Oh, lawyer convention. Sorry. I didn't know that there wasn't a Republican lawyer convention. You know what? I agree. I agree with that super chatter. He should have been there. He should have been a keynote speaker on whiskey. They should have invited him to do a panel on alcohol.
The bold text kills me. Can I get a toast for the birth of my 3rd child, August Dim Nulick? Then 1 week ago today. Of course you can. To August. Here's the thing you guys don't know. When Lady Rackets and I had our
when I saw the name August Dim Nulick, I thought that was trained like one of those things like Judy.
That's compared to my 3rd
I thought that was like
child,
a trick phrase that they're trying to get him to say.
But
I guess it's just a genuine thing.
That's right. You're getting punked by a goddamn baby. I love her. She's hilarious. But we're going to go in my 5th/6th child. He's got a neon light. Like, hey, Dad, can you help me with this? I'm like, I'll get there. She pulls it down, hits me in the face. I had no idea. No idea.
It should have been an awesome games done quickly.
Like, just kidding. He wasn't there.
I can do a sick Dota 2 speed run. Any percent loss. 5-minute throne.
Say whatever he wants. Okay. Peace, brother. Cheers to you. And I hope he makes $1 million in everything that he does.
Who? Oh, the kid. He's still doing the toast for the kid. I hope he makes $1 million.
That's all I have to say. Aha was Banda. I read that one. Cheers to the birth of your third child. Amen. May he never be pasty or
God, he's still going. Bro, you got paid like $3. You drank like
Mario Carter
$8
Jesus,
of whiskey to
congrats
say
to
that
Montegraph.
$3 super
The
chat.
only person to ever benefit from Nick's legal.
You know what it is? Is that he just wanted to keep drinking more whiskey. So he just kept going because he could do like multiple sips as he was doing the very long toast. You can't sneak that past me, Ricky. I got you.
Nice. Wasn't my legal advice? It was Randazzo's. It says get some sun. I would love to.
Okay, I see. Hambly, listen to me. Go to my Twitter. Scroll up. Click this pinned comment on X Josh. It is 5,000 words, but it will be worth every second that you spend reading it. It reveals scandalous details about the setup of Rumble. Here, hold up. I'm not joking. It actually is. Basically, Rumble relies on two internet service providers, Path and Cogent, who are horrible. Their entire infrastructure is dangled upon Cogent and Path. I have tried warning both the CEO, Chris Pavlovsky, and the head of product, Rick Rekieta, that they need to get off Cogent and Path urgently as possible. They do not respond to me. I am right. Everything that I say and have to say is detailed in this extremely long article that I've written. And I don't seem to care. So my next step is I am going to print this out. Literally, I'm going to print this out and I'm going to mail it to them. And if they still stay on Cogent and Path, they're going to get what they deserve. Because right now, the Kiwi Farms is proxied through Rumble Cloud. And I know that Dave Schaefer, CEO of Cogent, does not like that. And I know that Path doesn't like that. And they're going to cause problems for them. Mark my words.
Cogles says, yo, I thought we were reading the rest of Failed Appeal. I will get there. Okay. The Moldy Crown says, I hope Montegraph makes
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You know what makes me sad? It literally makes me sad. When I said that originally about like Eric July, I'm full on reparations mode back then. I'm like, oh yeah, I hope you get to staple gun your balls to a Subway. So when you order a 12-inch, they just put it on your dick and they suck it off or whatever. I'm like, I love black people. I think they're hilarious. They're great stand-in improv actors in court. They're great improv actors in prison. Even in county jail, you're like, yeah.
I just want to point out that at some point, Nick Rekieta brought up his lawsuit and then said, I'm going to continue reading this. And then immediately minimized that and started ranting again. He did the toast to the guy's kid. And then immediately after he got a couple more sips, and he's like, actually, I want to talk about some other shit. I don't want to talk about this lawsuit. So it's just sitting there.
The talent is a little more special.
I don't think he read a single sentence of the lawsuit.
It doesn't matter what you say next. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman, right? Can we talk about that? No, we don't want to talk about that. That's bad. That's bad. Of course, unconstitutionally applied. Yes, of course they are. You know how a lawyer knows they're unconstitutionally applied? They're leaving. They're leaving. Matt HTX 43 says, you also advised him not to say anything retarded about the case. No, I didn't. I'm not Aaron's lawyer. I don't talk to him. He says what he says. He did this weird thing today. He's like inferring, letting the audience infer that I told him something. I've not talked to that man in weeks.
Who is he talking about?
Weeks. He can do whatever his thing is his thing. He's his own man.
I'm literally paying as much attention as I possibly can to this, and I have no idea what he's talking about.
He never said I did. The audience was led to believe those things. They're not true. Friends with Aaron. Good job.
Oh, Aaron.
Go get it. Build your.
Okay. I will explain this in brief. So Aaron M. Holte is the guy who is the former or the host of the Steel Toe Morning Show, which was a local radio show in Minnesota where he's from. And him and his second wife, I think, were into swinging. So they were hanging out. They physically showed up in the studio, and there was like a scene where him, Aaron M. Holte, his wife, Alyssa M. Holte, I want to say is her name, and then Kayla was all sitting together. So they were the two couples, the M. Holtes and the Rekietas, just sitting there. I think there's a part where Aaron and him kiss, and now they are no longer friends. And Aaron is strongly implying that, number one, he's completely done with Rekieta. And number two, he's implying, actually, there's three things that he's implying. Number one, that he's completely done with Rekieta. Number two, that the thing that Rekieta did that pissed him off is that he did drugs in front of his own children. April Imholta, I'm sorry. He said that he implies that Rekieta did something very inappropriate in front of his kids that really pissed him off. And I think it's also implied that April might be like living with Rekieta full time now, because Aaron and Holta is getting a divorce. So this couple that he met up briefly with, hanged out with a couple of times, they did a couple tub streams together. I think Aaron did his show with April from Rekieta's office for one of his shows. And now Imholta is getting a divorce from his wife, and it's strongly implied that April is hanging out with Rekieta. And there's a final kicker to the stream at the very end.
Show, brother. I hope you win 1 million lawsuits or whatever. I don't give a shit what he does. I really don't. People are like, oh, Nick says this and this and this. I don't care. I'm not sending the night letters or whatever. You know, if I was sending the night letters, I would broadcast from my shower. There would be news attached. I would give you the spear of judgment, and I would have the judgment written on my. You need to get it hard. You need to get it hard. I know the water's going cold. Already conditioned my hair. You need to do this so you can see the message.
The water's getting cold.
He never saw the message.
That Sean was right when Sean was saying he needs to get a better hot water heater because of all his shower talk. It shows that Sean knew what he was talking about. Motherfucker should have gotten a better shower or a better heater.
That's it. He'll do what he wants to. Literally,
I'm wondering why.
go do the thing. Put on a good show. That's all any of us want. Oh, Nick's doing this and this. I'm not. I don't talk to him at all. He do whatever he wants. Go ahead. Here, an application of Colorado's anti-slap statute, consistent with Salazar, would conflict with the animating reasoning of Lineker by unconstitutionally instructing the district court to usurp the role of the jury by making pre-trial. You get to argue against those pre-trial factual findings that can, depending on the findings, result in the complete dismissal of the underlying action. So yeah, he created a scheme.
White bread ass.
Why, Eric?
Oh my god, I was just hacked by Eric July. Eric July hacked my stream and called him a white bread ass on live, shocking everybody.
Why? They're not white bread ass crackers. They're mayo monkeys. They're juniper Jupiters. They're cognac twisties. What do you want? What do you want, brother? Matt says, I was referring to you telling Eric July on your stream to not say something retarded about the case. Yes, he shouldn't do that, but that's not legal advice. It's basic concepts.
I was going to comment on his court case, but
where is that damn?
I don't think we'll get to do that anymore. I think from this point onwards, it's just out of my hands.
Christopher Nicholson says, read Jim's last chat. His last chat? Oh, God. He basically says, you need sleep. Get sleep post haste. No. Let me find Jim here. Hold on. I'll find it.
For the last 45 minutes, I will slow it down to 1x speed.
Jim says, I guess I'm behind on lore. No clue who Aaron is. I just want to know where you are keeping that secret copy of Coach Red Pill's great novel and when you're releasing that lost media to the internet. Jim, so here's the honest truth on that. Wilshire Boulevard. I got an early review copy of the PDF. Wilshire put a PDF. I don't know if it's a PDF. Coach Red Pill, I don't know if he's a PDF, but I don't know if Wilshire Boulevard was a PDF. All I know is I opened it. Like, oh, a woman golfing. Why would I watch this? And I keep reading. I'm like, oh, yeah, a man out golfs her. Oh, it's her dad. She's mad about Milagro Tortilla. That's tequila. Why are you mad about this? Please stop drinking. She goes livid. She goes nuts. She's like, I want to buy this pico de gallo. And she's putting chains and tomatoes in my soup. Like,
listening to him at 1x again is like, it really, when you listen to him at 1.25, it really sounds like he's there. But when you slow it back down to like real time, it really emphasizes, oh, he's out of it. He's barely conscious.
Corn chips come from Americans. You know why? Because Mexicans can't spell corn. All they can spell is repair. And
That doesn't
all I
make any
want
sense.
is these kernels. I want to scoop these things off.
That's random text worthy. I don't know why. That's really funny to me. Corn comes from Americans. You know why? Because the Mexicans can't spell corn. They can only spell repair. If anyone can decipher what the that means, please let me know. Please email me. Please email me, matt@theinternet@protonmail.com. What the f does that mean?
From 4th of July, you're going to be there. Put them in the kernels. She can't. Like, oh my God. So Lady Rack is me, just us. It's a joke. We're sitting here going, why are people like this? Just give me classic cars. Just give me food.
Dude, what is it with people in midlife crises and wanting like classic American
whatever you
cars? Like 1950s restored
I'm going
cars?
to do a thing. I need to have liquor. I need to have food to counteract.
What's everybody in chat? What's your dream midlife crisis restored vehicle? I've already said I want like a 1980 Ford
Mr.
pickup,
Rubio says,
like in a
release
baby
the
blue
book.
color,
We don't
like a
wanna hear
blue
it.
jay, light blue.
Slosh summary. I'm not giving you a slosh summary. Here's what I'm giving you. Wait, I'll give you this. This isn't a slosh summary. Every protagonist in Coach Red Pill's book is an American woman. Every single one. The best, most prominent characters in Red Pill's book are women, of course.
Everybody wants the car they couldn't have
I
as a kid.
criticized
Good
them.
answer.
All I said
It's a
was,
good
hey,
answer.
Couch, these don't sound like women at all. But
I love
they
how
sound like
my
some
chat is so
bartender.
active because everyone has that car
Fun
that
of
they
you.
wanted.
Threw in the
That's
face
so
of.
funny.
That's what they sound like. That's it. I didn't send him a copy of the document or anything else. I'm going to try and find it. Cal Rolio says, how can you call Monty a pedo while friends with Vito? Oh my gosh. Do you not know this?
Fun fact, Evil Sponge said Pontiac Firebird. This is completely irrelevant to Rekieta, but I want to say that Bad Spot restored a Pontiac Firebird. He took his Blockland money, his Feral Children Forum money, and he bought a bunch of like arcade cabinets for his garage for like an arcade room, and then restored a Firebird. I'm pretty sure that's what he did because he showed off like a fancy car at some point.
Montegraph can't be within 500 feet of school. Vito cannot be within 500 photograph Montague's ass because it's tight and gingerly. And Dick's like, no, I like everything. Everything's cool. Wait.
Where did Dick come from? How did Dick get involved in this story?
He says, what do you think of Israel? I don't. I literally don't think of Israel ever. You guys,
you brought up Israel yourself. You were going to send Jim to die there in Israel.
Gaza. Why? Go work at Target or whatever you do. Whatever your skill set is. You're sitting here like, I care what Anderson Cooper thinks about Israel. No, you don't. He's just jizzing in his own mouth. I don't understand the words coming out of your mouth. I don't either. Meow, roar, roll. Misahashi says, you should play a discount Tony Montana in a B tier list series. Yes, let's do all the drugs Tony sold before Coke. Be a good fucking movie. Ryan Blue Thunder says, the sound and the fury of Nick. Runkle says, hey man, it's late. Going to bed. Let me get some sleep soon. I won't, Runkle. I'm going to log off, but I'm not going to sleep. So all I'm going to do is ponder how Justin Trudeau doesn't have
April again.
Legs.
Spoiler alert.
Turn around in the kneecap. Split backwards so they lean up against his calves, lean up against squads. Unrelentingly by a Castro or 3. I don't even know how many Castros there are. There's Castro. There's a Saban called Castro. Their body counts are bigger than college chicks.
This is incomprehensible. You can take
probably never impregnated anyone, but
you can take any 5-minute segment of this last bit, and he is incomprehensible.
Get a boat and come to Cuba and buy a sandwich. I'm like, I don't want to do that. I want mustard on my sandwich, mayo on my sandwich. And these Jewish Cubans chop up the sandwich. You're like, why would you do that? You throw it in the garbage. You say, I hope Germany comes for you next.
I was going to say something, but I don't care.
Cal Rolia says, how can you call Monty a while friends with Vito? Do you not realize how I know Montegraph's a pedo? I'm friends with Vito, what you're talking about, who admitted to being a non-offending pedo, or Ralph, who tried grooming himself. Ralph, who tried grooming himself. Oh my God. Eat all the Xanny bars and then do whatever, like get arrested. I don't care. I have no idea that Ralph did that. God damn it. Guys, when I get stuck, I go to the corner of my bathroom and I roller skate. I can leave. Does it make me gay? Yes. Does it make me super gay? Yeah. Does it mean I can get it tonight? No. You're only
Somebody on the
regular
forum recounted a story, and this is kind of adjacent, but I have a point to this, I promise. Somebody on the forum was talking about their time in Portland, and they were into clubbing or something. And this was brought up because Liz Fong Jones had been accused in a post on Y Combinator for being like inappropriate or something with him at this bathhouse in Portland. And I can't think of the name of it. It has a kind of a fancy name. That's like this infamous 100-plus-year-old bathhouse in Portland, Oregon. And this guy was recounting a story where he went there after his time at a bar with some friends, and he was like taken aback because he went to this bathhouse and everybody there was extremely high on like MDMA and other uppers, and they were all on party drugs. Club Z in Seattle. Sorry, not Portland. Club Z in Seattle. That is correct. So he's at Club Z, and everybody there is high on uppers and shit, and they're taking MDMA and ecstasy and stuff. Is MDMA the same as ecstasy? They're taking uppers. They're there to have debauch like groups and stuff, and go to rooms and do whatever they want. And it's just very degenerate, right? And he's there, and he's like, it's weird because, you know, you're in this place where everybody's there to have fun and drink and do hard drugs and have, you know, with strangers and stuff. But he said everybody there looked so soulless and empty and miserable. Like the flesh was there, and the flesh was trying to party it up. But like the people there, according to him, all look very empty inside. And Rekieta gives me those vibes where it's like the flesh is there, he's hopped up on something, he's trying to sound very lively, but you can just tell that it's like rattling around on the inside, and there's nothing there, just hollowed out. So that's what I'm reminded of.
What I have to do, don't finger anything, and we'll get you tomorrow. Moreover, as Quest points out, Colorado's reasonable likelihood of success standard deviates from Minnesota's summary judgment standard because determining whether there is a genuine issue of material fact requires an analysis is far less exacting than an evaluation of whether a plaintiff is reasonably likely to succeed.
Oh, he's trying to read. He's read this exact same sentence, I think, at least 3 times. I think this is the 3rd time that we've heard this same thing.
Anti-SLAPP statute. These are the things you need to prove. Are they likely to succeed? Did they do it on purpose? What level of guilt did they have? They don't have those. You don't have a case. They don't have a case. Cal Rolia says, how can you call Monty a pedo? Well, friends with Vito, who admitted to being a non-offending.
I was almost certain that I had gone back somehow, but he read that in a very different way. He's just looping. He's like so out of it that he can't remember 3 minutes ago.
Or Ralph, who trained grooming.
I thought I was losing my mind, but he read that so differently that I knew for sure that we've not heard this again.
If Vito's a non-offending pedo, I don't want him to die. I want his pizza and his body rendered down.
Yeah, this is a
into
completely different
constituent
answer.
elements. There's a lot of fat there. He's gross.
Dude,
you
it's
ever
like
seen
when
the
you're
Subway-
it's like when you're like talking to a chat bot, like a chat GPT thing, and then you like ask it to retry and make its answer. It's exactly like that. He's giving a completely different logical non sequitur answer to the same question. It's exactly like a chat robot.
sandwich. Have you ever seen 15 stacked high? You're like, oh, no, it's for a party. The party is literally them sitting there shoving their fat gullet full of sandwiches. This party. That's the thing. That's all I meant.
Then he smiles again. He nailed it. Oh, what a banger. What a banger that was.
Why? God damn it. All I'm trying to do is find this tab.
Read the same sentence.
Don't you yell at me.
Read it again.
Don't you yell at me! Oh shit! I've got a text from someone. Nick, we got some long gift chat talking about wellness checks. Nobody wants those. Why would you want to check my wellness? Oh my god. Ellie says, Nick knows chat wants to know if you're okay. Yeah, guys, calm down. Calm down. She says, what do you think of Israel and Les Wexner being involved in many child trafficking cases from the West China? Like, if you're a government employee and you have control over the distribution of evening minors from all sorts
What's
of
crazy
races,
is that there's somebody in the room with him.
Most
This is
suspect person
a spoiler alert, but
any
there's somebody in the room
individual
with
I've
him.
Never heard of.
And they're not like ending this.
Why she says,
They're
"Chat,
not
thought you
like,
cut your
hey,
wrist in the
you're like
bathroom." I was
really
in
f***ed up.
bathroom.
You
I
can't
was sitting
even
here.
remember the shit you said
Shit.
3 minutes ago. And they're just allowing this
If
to
I was going
occur.
to cut my wrist, I cut my hands off like an Iranian. Nano Nomads is what kind of thing is going to be involved in discovery. It's all based on public comments. Literally nothing. I don't know. They have alleged that I'm engaged in some criminal conspiracy with other law tubers to disparage them. And I'm like, why would I do that? You disparage yourself. Montegraph is a giant. What he does is all the things he does on his channel. You're like, why would you do that? If you report on it, he gets mad. But that's what he does. Okay, cool. Peace. Hey, we're here with Nikki Rekieta live. I've got some room temperature shrimp. I've got some oysters. I've got some ruby red.
I have no idea why room temperature shrimp made me laugh. That caught me off guard. I don't know. It's very specific. You can imagine what room temperature shrimp is. And that's very unattractive.
Red fruit punch. I'm here to live. Let's get that Georgia going. He just goes, I'm like, why would this be a thing? Because people are broken, guys.
Can we get some shrimp emojis in chat?
Break. You seem to perk up after
I think there's a shrimp emoji.
No, I don't want to do another bathroom break. Why would you say that? Cal Rolia. You have read that chat 2 or 3 times. Yes. The higher proof the linker, the funnier it is. But the real question is, do you like my parodies? Can you wish me a million parodies? Cal Rolia. Yes. I've never listened to a single parody of yours, but they're probably great because you watch my show, which means you're retarded and autistic and you hate yourself. So, to say this fully and conclusively, if you like it, brother, blast it from the goddamn rooftops until you get thrown off by burqa'd men.
Burqa'd men? Why are the men in burqas?
Judah says, Rekieta Law, don't you feel embarrassed by being violate this live? No. Oh my God. Guys, everywhere you go, you meet someone, you're like, I would be really embarrassed to be with that person live. Always worse than your online presence. You know why? No one in here but me. There's an office. It's a vault. It has a steel door that you can lock. Nobody in here but me can do anything to me. I gotta go to Kill Out Duty or whatever. Camelot. 331. You go over to the Camelot thing and you just pee. And I'm done. Go back to Camelot or whatever this race thing is. You can't do anything to you. Why not? Didn't break the rules. Given the importance of Minnesota's constitutional right to a civil jury trial, it's not important. They don't give a if you get a civil jury trial in practicality. And the conflict between Colorado's reasonable likelihood of success standard and Minnesota's summary judgment standard. We conclude that applying Colorado's anti-SLAPP statute will require Minnesota to apply rules of law inconsistent with Minnesota's concept of fairness and equity, quoting Medtronic. Zadran says, how do you feel about mixing drugs and alcohol? I don't care. Do whatever you want.
Just to clarify what he was saying from the document, one of the reasons why the Minnesota Appeals Court decided that they would apply Minnesota law in the case is that in Minnesota, they believe that anti-SLAPP laws are unconstitutional because it deprives the defendant and plaintiff of a right to a jury trial. So, and that was a kind of a thing to go out on because I think Minnesota is trying to pass an anti-SLAPP law, and this court is basically saying that they don't think that it's constitutional in the state. I think this will probably be the last bit of Rekieta law, the actual Rekieta law that you'll hear this stream.
Do more. Lisa Green says, was it really a good idea to regularly state Monty molests children early in this stream? Yes. Montegraph, I believe, is someone who enjoys touching boys. As I've said, everything I've said I believe to be true. Next to null. You're not next to null. Stop it. You're not in Europe sucking up boys. Bro, you're an alcoholic at this point.
Someone indicated that I should threaten Rekieta over that statement, and it would be funny. However, I think that Rekieta is like so completely without credibility that there's no point. Like, the only point would be to like defend my integrity or whatever, and it's just not worth it. It's not worth it. It would be. Don't get me wrong. It'd be very funny if I had nothing else going on. I might. But I have bigger fish to fry. Bigger fish to fry. Chat.
No, they go to meetings. I don't. You have lost weight. Yes, intentionally, it's 206 pounds, guys. I was only 130 pounds less than Null. I was only a stripper and a half less than Null's weight. But Null's a feeder. That's half a woman for him. A stripper and a half less than Null's weight. I'm like, I don't want to be that fat. I'm going to try harder. And they're like, you cry. You left room for a patio. Yeah, of course. Hey, bitch, put it near the garage. I'll set it up. These people are weird. Why are these people like this? Nothing to do with the Coke Aaron talking about today. Why were you talking about? If you love Nick, chat, help him. But I'll shut that up. You should really lay in Null. Why? Why do you want me to lay into Null? Null is a guy who thinks he understands humanity. He doesn't. You know why? Because he literally likes Thomas Train or whatever. He's an autism. I made programming. Like, no, that's not why you're popular. No, it made popular because you're programming. You have to try to convert wormholes, not wormholes, wormholes into energy for you, but not for me or that guy, for the fat one.
I have no idea what he's saying. He's saying that I don't have a good grasp on humanity. I don't know. I feel like at this point in time, considering what I've said regarding certain people and how that's come to pass, that I actually do have a pretty good judge of character at this point.
Oh, yeah. I'm in Ukraine or whatever. I don't even remember where Null.
Is that his voice for me? I'm like a 90s like greaser or something. Like, yeah, I'm in the Ukraine, baby. I'm out here chilling like a villain.
Liz, I'm in some other country. I'm on a completely different timetable. Right. Don't answer on a normal timetable, then, you Make Your Life Epic LLC team as cited in the text above, like his previous correspondence. However, Rekieta's letter, once again, is not constrained to citation of pertinent and significant authorities. Why'd you screw that up? But instead, quote, presents a new argument and therefore fails to comply with fails to comply in significant rule authorities. Cool. Keep going, Bishop.
That's him calling the appellate judge a bitch. Or basically, in short, both Randazza and Montegraph's lawyer sent in letters to the court twice to notify the appellate judge that things that had developed in the court system at a higher level should inform their judgment. The first time they sent the round of letters, they said this thing has happened, and then they also said this is relevant because it benefits me, and they made an argument. And the rules say that you can't do that second part. You can't say, if you want to bring something to their attention, you can't supplement that with an argument. So the first time the letters came in, they dismissed them. The second time, Montegraph's lawyer sent in a letter without or Randazza sending in a letter. And this time they just said, this thing happened and it's relevant. And they didn't support the inclusion. So they're just noting that happened.
Gandhi didn't know Wong. Aaron said he had to stop associating with you because of the constant drug use. People get to tell their stories, even when they're false. That's it. Musashi says, trust fund kid really fell off the tree far away to rot. Again, trust fund thing. None of the people who have ever claimed I'm a trust fund person have ever seen my bank statement. Jason says, I'm in Arizona, dumbass. That's where Ukraine is. God damn it. How do you not know geometry or whatever? I'm a veteran. Out killing. Good.
Now he's just arguing with a guy called Next to Null.
Only care about your well-being.
And he's like triggered by this name, I think.
Great. Dude, like
this guy has no relation to me, and the word null is a very common word in multiple languages, and he's just yelling at this guy as if it's me, I think.
Silly retard who says stuff on the internet, and I have fun with it. Why on earth would you worry about anything else? Medicare says, I know he isn't a trust fund kid where he would have bought at least 3 hats. Jim, I don't even buy hats. I just look for homeless people on fentanyl. I call the cops. I wait for them to go kneel in their necks because we're in Minnesota. Please, homeless people are black. Why would you let those in a house? Homeless? I know they aren't white because those could just go on the wall with the clever painting schemes. Latino? I know they're not homeless. Those go in the garden. Like those little gnomes or whatever. You know, little Pedro walking around. He's like, I will rake your garden. It's like, there's nothing in there to rake. I did not say rake. You know what I mean? I say rat. Like, Pedro, no! Don't talk to Malia Obama like that. And then finally, they're like, no, go do whatever. Don't do anything I suggest to do anything else. Dude, it's not about that. It doesn't matter. It's all silliness. Alicia Green says, gotta go, but keep winning, buddy. Okay, Alicia. That's cool. It's fine. Oh my God. Zodran says he should really lay in the
out of it.
No, a fat woman should really lay in the null and make him happy. Probably black.
He's still talking about me. I have no
relevance. I know where he's gonna find it.
I don't even have a tangential
country he's in where he's like, I want to go to white people. No, you don't want to go to white people. You want to go to a Domino's with a fat bitch in it. They're probably black, maybe Hispanic. I don't know, Latino, Greek. How much chest hair do they have? Not sure. They're like, oh, you're gully, you bitch. Christian. And she just, the pizza goes further into it. Christian. And she just,
what the is that noise? I have never in my life heard that guttural noise before. One more time.
Oh,
That's
you're
great.
gully, you bitch. Christian. And she just.
That combination of words, you bitch, Christian. Demonic Sonichu demon noises immediately erupt from within him. Like, what the? That makes this entire stream worth it. That's nonsense.
The pizza goes further into her mouth. Then he like goes, I'm tired. She goes, no, I'm not that tired.
The Sonichu demon is like erupting.
He's
He's about to like split down the middle. His flesh suit's about to rip off, and there's just going to be Sonichu sitting there.
or whatever. And then he dies because she rolls over on him. End of story. Is he here to pretend no? No, of all people. Liberals are like, you know what? I want to jam from a person on a proud sign. I want to talk about no.
I fixed Odyssey chat, by the way.
I'm dead, you retards. How do you feel about mixing drugs and alcohol? Go for it. I don't care what you do. Thoughts on DSP? DSP is invincible and invulnerable. I love him and I want to hold him like Achilles' mom.
Yeah, that's right. You better love that DSP.
I want to do that.
Don't you talk shit about DSP, boy.
I use my penis in his butthole so there's no ambiguity. He'd be impervious forever. Imagine being Achilles' mom. Like, well, you have a choice.
Did he try to make it like an analogy, saying that if he stuck his penis in DSP's butthole, he would be like invincible, and then immediately tried to make that into like an Achilles heel joke? Is that what he's doing?
What is the choice? You can either hold him by the ankle, dip him in the river Styx. What's the other choice? The welfare choice is spread them cheeks, bitch. Some guy's gonna pretend to nut in you. And
what
Netanyahu,
the fuck is he talking about?
He's Israeli. He's Israeli. He'll father of your supporters, and that guy will win. Just do that. It's like, no. Why not? Chicago. Okay, cool. Can you try saying the alphabet backwards? Backwards alphabet the. Right now, DSP actually looks better than you. You gotta be kidding me, man. Good.
He didn't even do that right.
Understand. I literally like DSP. Just close the document, dog. You aren't finishing this. If I get down here, and start reporting on issues over 290 pounds. You do that. I'll be a suspicious lottery streamer. Here we go. I can do this one. I'm talking about a woman, by the way.
I like how
I try to just listen. I
someone
love
pointed this
about
out,
bullshit as much as.
But I think what happens is that eventually Rekieta gets like too drunk to like lift himself up physically. So when he starts like dipping off the camera like the way he is right now, I think it's because he's like leaning forward to support himself or doing some kind of weird sitting position where he's like slouched, like because he's unable to like sit upright anymore.
Anyone else, but this is sad. Why? Please consider taking a streaming break and tend to your health, mental and otherwise, friend. Bailey says, go to sleep for today, friend. Oh, shit. I rang the bell. I didn't mean to ring the bell. That was my fault. Hold on. Shit. Get back in the right chat. Oh, God, they're going to be mad at me now. I didn't do nothing. I didn't even do nothing. Even though you said this wasn't a precedent-setting case, you still have wider implications for online discourse. Chilling effect. No, not really. Because what they did was they analyzed 4-factor tests. So that even though we won 2 of the 4 factors, and one of the 4 factors that they won was an insignificant case, they won it. They wanted us 4 to enter the case. That's what they wanted. You have to understand this about appeals courts sometimes, especially if you have a case of first impression. You know how stereo equipment has migrated in the past several years. You have basically Dolby Atmos system coming out of a golf bag, not a golf bag.
Dude.
Signed by the Cheery for Dolph Lundgren.
Yeah, I'm watching the entire thing.
Why would you listen to them?
From like after his pee break where he does coke. I've been watching since 1:55. And we're in the last like 20, 30 minutes or so. So might as well just
I have
grid
no
it at
idea,
this
but that's
point.
what people listen to these days. That's what they do. Go, oh my God, tell me about Dolph. They don't know.
I haven't. The
Just
thing is
people.
that like in the first
job.
hour he was
You want them to
coherent,
divulge everything
and now
they
it's
know.
like the
They don't
coke
know
has
anything.
completely worn
That's it.
off, and I have no clue what he's saying. Like he's read less
It's
than
really
a page of this
silly
lawsuit.
how people work out this way. Let's see. Red Rum says just close the document. Dog, you ain't finishing this. Cool. We've got Charlie says, listen, I love laughing at all this bullshit as much as anyone else, but this is sad. Okay. Are you crying, Charlie? Weeping into a towel or whatever? Please consider taking a streaming break and tend to your health and mental.
He
or
read that
otherwise.
already. This
None
is
of
so
you guys know how
bad.
mental health works.
This is fucked.
Oh God,
He's completely out of it.
You do a show like X amount of times a month.
Like it's hard to even comment on what the
take
fuck
a
he's
break,
saying
do
because
this
it's
thing. Like,
nonsense.
I can't do that. I can't relax. I have a show to do. Like, no, do it.
Look at look at this frame. Like hold up.
I have a show to do.
Look at this. This still right here, bro. It's like he's blind. I can't even see his pupils anymore. He looks like he has that kind of glossy, like white cataract eyes that blind people have, where they don't have any pupils. Like he looks.
Like, no, do it. Me. And they massage you and then you orgasm out your butthole or whatever. Thank you, Ben. He says, go to sleep for today. FRFE. No cap on God. You try to cap God? Patio Furniture says, I'd still trust Nick in his current state with a kid over Keffels. Never trust Keffels with a kid. Oh my God. They're going to do one of two things. They chop off the male child's penis, put in Keffels' butthole. Do Keffels is ready to move on. Then they switch a fresh butthole for Keffels while they're taking it out of the industry. And you're like, God damn.
Bro, look at this. He's talking about like butthole and child again for like the 10th time this stream. And this is how he looks as he says it. This is
God damn. How much butthole do you have? Keffels like, more. Get the count. Get the count. Wait. So everyone says, when is the locals reward going to be sent out? 1931. Bad Dragon, drink some water. Water is for Native Americans and quitters. So the same thing. Super crazy. Please wipe your nose to confirm something. Carson Depp says, how's your wife, Nick? She's great. She's upstairs sleeping. Cal Rolia says, would you trust Ralph who threatened to kill his wife and your children? No. No, I wouldn't have Ralph watch my children. People are so weird about it. They're like, who do you have watch your children? I'm like, nobody on the internet. None of y'all. And Ralph. Dick Masterson watching children. Jesus Christ, why would you do that? Why would you have these people watch your kids? You wouldn't have them watch your kids. No, would you? Would you?
He made a
Nano Nomads. Are you
a remark once where it's like, why would I trust anybody with watching my kids? I would never trust anyone except like the most like the closest friends to my family to watch my kids. And then he let that Aaron M. Holta guy that he was swinging with watch his kids and like make SpaghettiOs for him. And now he's trying to do that. I would never let anyone watch my kids' routine again. It's really bizarre.
able to discuss how you feel about Randazza trying new tactics? Or is that too close to the case? No, I'm able to discuss it. On this case taken care of quickly, Randazza talked to me about opportunities for new cases. He wanted to try and set a precedent in Minnesota. Well, I just wanted to have my case dismissed. That's what we got. Whereas Spurgeon says, why did you ring the bell? I don't know. Medicare says, is that an Xbox refrigerator on the back table? Lol. Yes, from Target. It looks like one blurred out. Yeah, it is. I've tried to get my dick in the slot. It doesn't work, Jim. Galdi Gadalphilia says, can't wait till Rumble offers you that multi-million-dollar contract. Rumble says, would you let Aaron feed your kids canned spaghetti?
Someone in chat asked him about the spaghetti.
He cooked it right, I guess.
I guess.
SpaghettiOs or whatever.
Oh, he's felt it. He's like genuinely staggered by that question. He can't do like his cope bullshit that he does with Vito and Dick because he knows about the SpaghettiOs. He knows that the SpaghettiOs is real and he has to cope about it.
You're going to come to my house and cook my kids SpaghettiOs. Just do it right. Just do it right. Why? This is so weird.
This is so weird.
SpaghettiOs? Can you not cook SpaghettiOs? What are you? What are you? Hypocrite, tongueless, mentally disabled, mentally handicapped, and vaginally broken? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Just go to goddamn cooking spaghetti. Go for it. It's cool.
Fresh off the heels of I would never let someone watch my kids, though.
I don't get it. People have their own like jokes and theories, and then they run with them. They stop tagging you, so you can't see them. So here we go. We therefore decline to consider Rekieta as a responsive letter about Make Your Life Epic LLC. I remember what
he's reading the appellate court thing again. I've already talked about this, though. I'm just letting you know because he didn't put it back on screen that he's actually reading this.
Said, I remember my letter about Montegraph's lawyer to these guys. I'm like, hey, you're. We therefore decline to consider Rekieta's responsive letter about Make Your Life Epic LLC.
He just read that.
There they go. You go for the letter. Thus, advancement of the forums, governmental interest favors application to Minnesota law.
Bro, SpaghettiOs is not spaghetti; it's a can. Google
this
SpaghettiOs.
Is the case that they have. I'll bring it up. I'm not going to watch it on stream. Oh my god, where's the mouse?
Yeah, this was last night's.
I hate these streams. Yes, I'm 18. Leave me alone. Give me blurred out tits. Why? Oh God, you're fucking horrible.
What's he talking about? Okay. So this is a good pause. He is doing the thing where he closes one eye because the room is spinning, and he can't look at his computer and figure out what the fuck is on it because the room is like swimming around him. So he's squinting or using one eye to look. And I think he's trying to fix his computer because he just realized that the thing he's trying to read is on the screen. Either that or he's just hallucinating.
Here we go, guys. Oh shit, I'm still on. It's a secret. Just kidding. Oh my god. Washi says, what is your favorite BDSM stop word? Hunter Biden. Mikey says, I'm crashing bros. Make Rekieta look gay aging. Peace. It's literally asleep is great. Anime sucks. Copenstein.
Oh, no, Nick, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't click the link to the 4chan auto board. Don't do it, Nick.
Okay, Law, show this on stream and critique it, please. Okay, whatever. Let me see it. Let me see it.
He's opening it.
No.
Oh no.
Barracuda says,
Oh
what's
no,
the
he got
submarine
him.
bikini charge? You guys want it to be. I don't do sub goals. I don't do grifting. It's an average black woman on an average day. Tracks calls them German shepherds for a reason.
He's staring at it. He's like intensely evaluating this.
Where is this shit? Come up all the way. What the f is that?
This is
Okay,
a
here we
bad
go.
last thing to see before passing out.
Anime sucks. Cope and Sneed, says Rekieta Law.
Okay,
Just on stream and to critique it based on.
okay, he's
Please.
looping. Now he's got the link on the 4chan auto board.
Medicare says it's gonna be meat spin, isn't it? Jim, I've gone 15 cycles on meat spin. I don't see the problem. Tell us your recent fetish. Recent fetish? Okay, I don't know how to describe this. Recent fetish is literally just someone super chatting me over and over and over while I off into the Google CEO's mouth. Take only 30%. Spill the rest of your corpse's feet.
Open the link
Like
from the
guy,
anime sucks,
Murdoch in
weirdo.
Carolina or whatever. It kills you and your son.
He's trying to drink the microphone.
I would agree. Sometimes downward graphs become interesting. No, they never do.
Open the link.
It's my, look, I'm bad. It's okay.
Open the link.
The body needs to shut down. No, it needs to act up. Verosoft says, Nick, you really need to consider to stop. No. And you consider to keep going forward. Nick, you really need to consider to stop. No, 2,600 people still want
He just read
to
that.
watch.
He
Bandai.
just read that. He read that exact message twice, one after the other, in the span of 30 seconds, and he doesn't know.
Good. Guys, you want me to watch a trial? I'm looking for one. That's it.
No, I want you to open the link.
Tina Turney 420 says, upper still in him. That's keeping him up. They didn't do a very good job. I literally fell asleep on stream. How dare I?
Oh, is he going to lie and pretend that he doesn't do uppers? Whoa. Dude, I'm sorry. This is kind of like a weird throwback, but like Amberlynn Reed, back in the day when I talk about her a lot, she would lie about little stuff for literally no reason. Like she would just lie about the dumbest shit possible, to the amusement of nobody except herself, and everybody would know that she's lying, but she would just do it anyways. Like for instance, with dieting stuff, she's 600 pounds, but she's saying like, I eat 300 calories a day, teehee, and I've only gained weight. Like I know you're lying because you're 600 pounds. If you were eating 300 calories a day, you'd be 500 pounds in a month. But she would just lie because she derived enjoyment from lying. And I'm really at a point where it's like, is Rekieta just like deriving pleasure from like just lying? Even if it doesn't like deceive anybody, he just enjoys lying. Like it has like the opposite reaction of like what it does in most people. Most people get like anxiety when they lie. But it really feels like he just enjoys it.
How dare I? Guys, let me tell you this, because this is Nick respond to the Kino Casino streams? No. Oh my God. You look 80. Yes. You should see me when I run a 5K and finish it. Where's Nick's comfy office chair?
Oh, is that his clapback? I'm not 80
sitting
because I
in it,
can
but
do a
it's not so
5K.
comfy anymore. You know why? Because my bones poke through my asshole. By all accounts, his wife is pilled out. And
that bones poke through my asshole thing, he might be referring to like really anorexic people. When you're like super anorexic, your butt cheeks no longer cover your butthole. And he's so thin now from like his like failing liver that doesn't allow him to process fat anymore, that he might have that like anorexic anus that just pokes out all the time.
In bed watching Star Wars all day. Deserve each other. Whose account is that? I meet that person. They seem cool. Tina Trinity 420. He could get better because she's an AA or another recovery program. Yeah, I could. It'd be great. You guys would love it. Meth Up Samurai says, Nick, have another drink. You earned it.
Oh my God, he's going to do it.
Granola says, this is a good impression of an online personality trying to self-destruct. You're nailing it. Yes. You should figure it out. I'll be what you need, guys. Space Alien says there's a big trial with a former president. If you were sober, you do a good job with that. Can't actually. Isn't a stream of the trial. They outlawed all photography and outlawed all videography. You can't trial stream it at all.
Fun fact, I know somebody, I'm not going to name names, who's currently litigating in the New York courtroom that is, or courthouse that the trial is going on. And that person, whoever it may be, says it's a circus up there right now with all the media there to see Trump. Just a fun aside.
Okay. Nice come over, Nick. Yes, it's good. What I do with it is I cover your mom's failures. She's a bunch of semen. I don't know why, but I like it in my hair. Cohen is
curious. You mentioned Trump one time and you're suddenly disconnectorinoed from the whole internet. Interesting chat. Interesting. Okay. Cool. Refresh Reno. I think we're all set. Every chat's ready. I'll count to 10. Can I get like a song going? Do. In case you're wondering, in the time that we were disconnected, Rekieta said nothing of value or nothing of interest. I hope that helps. All right. I hope everybody refreshing got back in. Let's continue. Those who have to catch up later, you're not going to miss anything.
You normally say that about kids getting naked. And then
that's a brilliant line to come in.
Nobody escapes.
Is that Koya Dante guy still counting?
Mount. And what the fuck is that? Mount Anna, Ontario. I couldn't read the letters.
He had to press his nose against the screen of his computer to read it.
They're like, oh, wrestlers are fine. You could be not Mexican, but Spanish. The ones who are going to crash into a continent. You're like, whoa, this isn't a continent we're looking for. And they're like, no, we're not. We're going to put you on heads and chop your bodies open. They're like, no, don't do that. Here's some coof blankets. And they killed them with disease. Smart. Very smart. And then
white people win again, baby.
Anime sucks.
Yes. Yes.
Kelp.
Open.
Kelp and Seed.
He can't even read the name. He's read it 3 times.
Show on this stream and critique, please. All right, whatever. Let's check it out.
He's opening it. He got it. I can tell things are happening.
This is going to be a disaster. Why do I care, though? I don't.
Evil Eddie.
Oh, my goodness. You guys have disgusting point interest. I see you like this. It's okay.
He's still looking at the dragon farting and eating pizza.
I can't get the fats on screen. That's what we're going to do. Are you streaming tomorrow? Yes, that's the plan. At least at night, if not during the day and also at night. What I'll do, though, is I'll find Marco Randazza and I'll nail him to a cross. Does it matter what cross? No. Even if it's the light cross, I'll nail him there. Be like, by the way, your beard is retarded. It's a lesbian woman from my mom. He'll say that and send us away. Let's see. Holy shit.
I thought
Anime sucks cope. And Sneed says, Rekieta Law, I want to show this on stream. Make cantining is praised.
did
Why
he
would
send
you
in
do
a
this? Why now?
Did he send in another super chat? Is this the same one he's looping? Does he not remember the farting dragon? Or is this like a second super chat? Okay, this is where he masturbates.
Why is my camera so on? Trying to shut the show down. I'm like, we'll play the credits. No. What we'll do is we'll sit here. Guys.
Okay, so the guy sent in the one super chat. He read it twice. Saw the farting purple dragon, gave two completely different responses. The first one was the very reasonable, this is disgusting, and he moved on. The second one, he like pantomimes masturbating to it. And the thing is that because he didn't explain what the image is, it just looks like he's masturbating on stream like DSP. Like, nobody knows what the image is unless they've opened it. Unless you've been Pavlov conditioned by the words anime sucks, cope, and sneed to know that a farting purple dragon eating pizza inside of a car on the 4chan automotive board is about to follow. You have no idea what he's doing at that point in time. It just looks like he's off for no reason on stream because he forgot about it. Like his behavior is not out of place.
Here's credits.
By the way, that is probably unironically, Rekieta doing that was probably arousing to that weirdo who does the dragon pictures. Like that probably was like a goon eruption. That was like Mount Olympia exploding in terms of like goon payoff because he's been doing this shit for years.
The guy makes drunk. Yes. Cool. I'll do it at your kids' family thing or whatever. Why would you hire me as a babysitter? Don't. You should hire me though. Is an asshole. An asshole. Here I am. Anime. Anime kelp and or Steve says Rekieta Law. Share this on stream. User is. Please. I don't know what that is. A bunch of degenerate Japanese shit in my air cone because it can't fucking speed it.
Three completely different responses to the same message. That is unreal. That is unreal.
Anime cuck. Nights cups and head sneezes. Put it on. I show you this train.
He's reading it a fourth time. He's looking at it again.
All right, you one says tracks. She likes to know what's your favorite food about papayas.
You know, Rekieta probably woke up the next morning and he thought, that stream wasn't so bad. And then he looked at his computer and just saw that he had 4 tabs open to the same insanely disgusting picture of a dragon farting and eating pizza inside a car and thought, I can't believe I off to this last night. What the is wrong with me? And that's why he's taking his sabbatical. He's embarrassed. He didn't.
Here we go. You can't read. Yeah, I know. I'm telling you, my nervous rate is below Obama levels. People like it. Nick, we need 1 more hour. Let's cover the latest news in the Trump trial. Come tomorrow. Do you want me to be drunk like this tomorrow? Every day. I don't care. Who cares, guys? The reality is that you have 2 options in this world. Either realize what people do to you, or you do the same thing to them. I don't do the second thing. I realize what people do to me. You can't stop it.
Yeah, that anime sucks guy has been doing this for like
Anime
2 years.
sucks.
Oh
Couple
no,
pieces
no way,
of the
no
show
way,
stream and impeding.
no way. Is he doing it a 5th time?
Woo!
He doesn't remember.
Warlock says, inside of you, there are 2 wolves, mostly because you have double vision, and would probably do the same.
Unbelievable.
Anime. Then, 215 says, Nick, you fucked, huh? Man, happily inebriated. And he says,
The dragon farting is like, it's like he's in like a 30-second long Groundhog Day, and like the dragon farting picture is like waking him up from the Groundhog Day, and then it restarts again, and he's just hopelessly enslaved in this cycle of anime. Sneed.
I'm up to Nicky Boy. Then fist. Good. Nick, how many times did you say the N word in CP tonight? Love you, bro. Up to you. I didn't say those things. Here
Bro,
we go.
It is literally an AI generated image of a purple dragon who is like 800 pounds in the seat of a car, farting noxious green gas and eating pizza. It is the same image over and over and over again. The same image, and he sends it like 10 times per stream, and it never changes, except that he just regenerates it. So it's basically the same image, but slightly different. You don't need to go see it. It's really gross. I don't understand what the point is. And sometimes he makes its shirt say different words. Like, that's it. But yeah, he's been literally staring at a picture of furry fart for 10 minutes. And despite how profoundly disgusting this image is, he still forgets that when he opens the link, it will be the same dragon farting.
Aggressive. Calcavetier. Aggressive face all over. You want to say the N word over and over? I don't know. Find something out. What I want to do is go to bed. I feel like my eyes have been set on the couch.
Buddy, I think you missed that super chat from Anime Seth.
All right, guys. Look.
Anime Sucks Cope and Sneed in my chat says that's not what that one was. This one was a hyperinflation of a green dragon in a laboratory. Was she farting? What was she doing? Bro, it's base. It's not gross. Dude. I'm waiting. I need you to... It's literally high test. So is it just hyperinflation in the laboratory? Is there anything else to this image? Did you tailor it to the specific situation, or did you just fire this one shot into it? You have the stage, sir. I'm giving you a chance. There's even someone beat you to it. Okay, I don't see a reply. I don't know. Did the image get captured? Did someone like... Here, this is a link in the chat. I wonder if this is the image. The requested page could not be found. Oh, because the link is cut off. That's why. There's another link that I saw, but I don't know if I'll be able to find that. I don't know. I don't want to spend any more time dwelling on this, but it's usually the same image over and over again.
People want you to be responsible on the internet. They want you to get out of live streams. They want you to do whatever. But they love when you're honest.
I will pull it up on stream. I will not show it, but I will.
Man.
Wait, someone else sent in a link. Hold up, bro. You have to send in the only. You just have to tell me the number. The link is getting cut off. Just tell me the number of the thread ID, and then I can pull it up. This thread does not have the image in it, so I can't review it. Just a famous butt. You have to just give me the number at the end, and then I can just change the number. The number is the thing that's getting cut off. It's after the period. The delay of the stream is like crazy right now. I just want to describe what it is, because now I thought it would be this one thing, but it's not. 18. Okay, hold up. He has posted the number. I will pop this in really quick, and then I will tell you guys how this one differs from the others. I must be logged in to do that. Why? Where the heck did you post this that I have to be logged in? Actually, you know what? I have it on... I'm logged in on the other browser, but that's the one that's on screen. I cannot show that because that will get me banned from literally everywhere all at once. Alright, here we go. This is in Prospering Grounds, which is why... Bro, this is just the thread for him. And nobody has posted... No, this... Okay, I give up. I don't know what the image was. I apologize.
Want the contract. They want whatever you want to say. I'm just laboring anally. You know, no, you're not. No, dad doesn't clap those cheeks that way. You are angrily for her because you are a beta.
I just want to describe what it is.
Cool. Fine. That's great.
Sent it in Odyssey.
Go find the thing you need to make your streams better, guys. Don't look to me for advice. I'm terrible at it. And all I want to do.
Okay. Someone sent it in. It is a green dragon in a laboratory. And now I understand why it's in a laboratory. She is like, you know how like those geese for foie gras have to have like their livers fattened so they like get force fed by a tube, like the right food to fatten their liver before they're slaughtered. She has like a feeding tube lodged down her throat to inflate her. So that's why it's in a laboratory. And he sent this to Rekieta, and Rekieta pulled it up literally 5 times and pantomimed masturbating to it at some point, which makes it the most successful super chat in human history. Now you know.
Well, the Avengers, how much they suck. With that, catch you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out with me. Peace.
I'm waging right now.
Peace.
This is waging so he can spend more money on furry porn.
Why isn't it there? Why can I not end the stream? What is wrong with everything? Oh my God. Where's my thing? I can't find it. Hold on. Ah! It's ridiculous. What is this thing? I can't find it. I mean, asking Lady Racket, she can't find it either. Wait, what are you saying? And the stream, trying to find the video.
Wait.
What are you saying? Asking Lady Racket, she can't find it. I can't find it. I mean, asking Lady Racket, she can't find anything.
That is crazy. I didn't pick up on this because people clipped the very end of this. They didn't clip this part.
I can't find it. I mean, asking Lady Racket, she can't find it either.
There's no point asking Lady Racket. She can't find it either.
Wait, what are you saying?
And then he's talking to somebody
And
because he thinks the stream is off.
Trying to find the video.
But he said that Lady Rackets is upstairs sleeping.
Why can't I find it? Doesn't matter.
The corner demon is trying to help him shut off the stream. And then he says that Lady Rackets can't find it either. But Lady Rackets isn't in the room because he said that she's asleep. So who's talking to her? Or who's talking to him?
He can't see. I can't find the stream. Doesn't mean I can't see. It just means I can't read.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Give us some law advice, Nick. Very simple. The police coming straight from the underground. Shit. Hey guys, local stream afterwards. Actually, maybe. Just watch the locals. Rekieta.locals.com. Yes, there's still going to be a bunch of streams this month. No, I haven't started them yet. I know. Chill. Anime Copenstein. Oh my God. Who would Copenstein with anime? Stop you Charizard or War Turtle.
6 times.
Anime sucks. Copenstein says, Rekieta Laws. Rekieta Laws show. This is on stream. Sniper it, please. I don't know who that is. No, I'm not going to stream that.
Bro.
All right, guys. My toast, yes.
I can't. I honestly can't even believe that.
Montegraph, a giant. Yes.
Vaxxed?
I hope you guys have a good day. My day was shit.
Dude, he read Anime Sucks Copen Sneed's super chat almost as many times as he made like a child rape joke in this stream. That's impressive. That's really impressive. And that super chat was probably like $5.
If I didn't mention it, I lost the appeal. My attorneys lost the appeal. I didn't have a thing to do with my attorney.
You mentioned it, bro. You've been talking about that. You've been reading the decision for the last 4 hours, one sentence at a time, every 10 minutes. What do you mean, by the way? You opened the stream by saying it's the only thing you're going to be talking about.
Appeal. So we're sitting out there. Stream is falling. Those attorneys that lets up. She goes out. I go out. I lay down and grab her. She's not on a snuggle time. She's on a mission. What are you doing? I'm like, oh my God, just hanging out. This is what women do. They do it all the time. You just have to deal with it. It's okay. Anime sucks. Oh, shit. I read that one. What's wrong with you?
Bro, what? Whatever the he's on, he needs to never do it again. This is brain damage. This is actual brain damage. This is like scary to watch now. He's done it 7 times. Unreal.
Your Mom's deep penis says, good luck with tomorrow. With all this stupid ass. Try to paint your tomorrow. Description act of the autonomous. I don't care. Dude, why would you write a statement that's so hard to read? What am I? I feel like I was coming across the border to Uganda. Pop 215 says, Nick, you're drunk. You're not drunk. You're fine. I know. Stop it. The Rumble flip.
Time.
No, I'm not going to do the Rumble flip. I'm done.
One
with the show.
more time.
Guys, I said all I needed to about Rumble. Great show. Very successful. Go get it. Go come whenever you want.
No, the Anime Sucks person's not resending it. He's literally just looping that hard.
Show us a ceiling. Prove there isn't any cats. Staple to it.
Ah!
My camera's screwed in. I can't. We'll do it next time. Turn off the stream. Go to bed. 24-hour stream to celebrate the good news. I'm playing with you. Show's over. Catch you guys later. Have a good night. Peace. And stream to go to bed. Is Warski a pro at spawning cokeheads? No. Warski's a pro at spawning men dressed as women. So I did. It's over. It's off.
You can hear the
Sound
shadow.
off it.
You can hear the shadow demon.
In the stream. Go away. Why? Why would you do this?
One more time.
It's over. It's off. It's not off it, actually. In the stream. Go away.
So that's the corner demon. This entire time there's been like a woman or something in the corner. So the question then is, who the f is it? Because he says that Lady Rackets is upstairs. If Lady Rackets was just chilling with him the entire time, why the wouldn't he just say that? Like she's hanging out with me tonight. What's up with that? So people suspect that it's Holta, the ex-wife, because now that they're divorced. So I will play this.
So I did. So I did. So I did.
It's hard to say, but it's like, I don't know. I don't think that's Kayla, because Kayla would just like say, it's still on. You know what I mean? Like she would just say, like, you know, you're still streaming. Because she doesn't have to hide herself, because she's his wife. But if it's another woman, then he does have to hide it. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's he I don't know. There's dispute over if she's saying it's still on or stop.
So I did.
Yeah, I can kind of hear stop too, or still on. By the way, Ralph thought that this was a great stream. Rekieta has been roasting Medicare for the last 30 minutes, and it's the best thing ever. I guess Ralph enjoyed that. And then Dick replied saying that it's really great or something. He said something on Twitter. Dick says, you guys call this drunk? Give me a break. And then someone replies saying, looks kind of like sleep deprivation. And then he says, yeah, it's obviously sleep. Bro. He's literally drinking throughout the entire stream. He like, what do you mean it's sleep deprivation? He's drinking throughout the entire thing. I don't get it. I guess they want him to die. They want him to be like broken down or whatever. I don't know. Friends like these, who needs enemies, chat? It's kind of a shame to interrupt Clutch, but there is a show to do, chat. There is a show to do. Well, I suppose everyone and their wife and their kids and their mom and dad and lawyer and postman, everyone in the whole world knows by now. That's the weird thing about doing a stream that's at a fixed schedule. Something happens that's really big, and you just wait. You wait 2 more days to talk about it. Actually, I didn't. I went on the Kino Casino to talk to PPP and Andy Worski. PPP was kind enough to apologize to me for some stuff that has happened in the past. So I finally felt at ease to cross the bridge, say hello to other chats. There's an increasingly small circle of people who I can speak to. Everyone seems to go up in flames and self-immolate and or associate with or something. So it's like, well, I mean, they've been at it for a couple years now, and nothing stupendously terrible has happened. So I suppose. Let's see. So, yes, obviously, Rekieta and his wife are in jail. This is another stream where I'm just gonna talk about Rekieta for 2 hours, I guess, because I mean, there's some other stuff that I want to talk about. but it's just going to be completely overshadowed to the point where it's like, why even bother? I should just save all that for Tuesday, I guess. Um, so I suppose, since everybody, I mean, literally, it's like I made the joke about the Left 4 Dead zombie thing after that stream, but now it's just chaos. He's in the New York Post. Tim Pool's talking about him. The Quartering's talking about him. All the Law 2 people are talking about him. Sean's already done a stream on him. Medicare is doing a double feature. Instead of talking about Patrick Tomlinson either today or tomorrow, he's talking about both of them. Like, everybody is like the lanterns of Gondor are lit. The horde is coming. It's over. There's no point. So I might as well just do my 2 cents. And as it turns out, this is another one of those things where it's like something incredible has happened, and I happen to be near or adjacent to it because of my own stupidity, my own flaws in networking choices. So as a result, it kind of reminds me of the Christian arrest a little bit, where everyone's talking about this just as like a third party. It's like, well, I know that guy. I still have him on Signal. I could message him theoretically. It wouldn't get answered because he's in jail. But on the 23rd, yeah, yesterday, at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time, Rekieta and his wife, and April M. Holt, as I've discovered his name is pronounced M. Holt, were arrested for 2 different charges. All 3 were arrested for possession of a scheduled narcotic between Schedules 1 and 5. And both of the Rekietas were charged with I forgot the name of it, a complicating charge. They had a firearm in possession or near the drugs, and so they have that as aggravating. They have an aggravating charge of a firearm possession while in possession of a controlled substance. These are not minor charges. The narcotics charge has a maximum sentence of 5 years and $10,000 fine. But the real scary one is the gun possession, and in combination with the drugs, because that has a minimum sentence of 3 years. Meaning, if they choose to charge him and they are found guilty, minimum sentencing. And minimum sentencing is done to prevent, sympathetic judges from putting, thugs or letting thugs out of jail and stuff. So the laws that's like a tough on crime type of law. And it's not one that you want. It's very bad. So he's facing serious time. But I think you should very quickly, I think you should taper your expectations, because chances are, just because they're both, family people, they have a bunch of kids that rely on them, and because this is a first offense, and I think they were at their home when they were arrested, what they're probably going to do is either allow them to plead out for just the felony, so they lose their guns, exactly like what they did with Ralph, and they'll probably put them on probation with like supervised release for, rehab or whatever with the drug charge. So let me just go through my notes real quick so I don't miss anything, because there's 2 parts to this. First of all, you've seen the mugshot. The thing I want to point out with that is he's wearing his mugshot. In this, he's wearing this wife beater, and you can tell that's the Jamaican flag wife beater that he wore on like all these disaster streams, and I think he bought it at Hedonism. So he's wearing like the absolute trashiest thing that he could have possibly worn in his mugshot, and it really is just kind of amazing. How serendipitous it is that the Hedonism wife beater made it into the mugshot, because that's like a classic. It's like the Christian classic. Like if you were gonna pick any like Rekieta's clothes aren't necessarily something that is very particular to him, but the one that stands out in memory is the Jamaican wife beater, because it just looks so trashy. He wears them on all those swinging streams too, when he's in the hot tub or whatever on his back porch with the Holtz or whoever. He's always in this trashy wife beater, so it's kind of amazing. Someone else looked at the house on Google Maps, and as it turns out, Rekieta's house is on a street that's a dead end. So you have this really nice photo of the street signs that warning you that you're approaching a dead end. That's pretty funny as well. Do we have a Baldo ham? I think we do have a Baldo ham. Hold up. Um, I swear. Oh, do I have it in stream? Oh no, I guess not. I thought I had a Baldo ham though. I guess I didn't will such terrible things into existence. I don't have it. Sorry to disappoint. So, this led to a lot of speculation. I think one of the things that prompted the most speculation is just that, if I can pull this up, um, there was a very interesting thing where he and his wife and April were booked independently. Rekieta and April were booked at, as you can see here, at almost exactly 10 a.m. And then his wife was booked a full hour and a half later. And this led to a lot of rampant speculation as to what exactly happened. There was speculation that she was in the hospital first before they booked her. There was some speculation that they were like for instance, they had like a DV and they pulled guns on each other. So it was like Rekieta and April had a gun, and then she also had a gun, and they were both arrested separately. However, I think that the most likely outcome, knowing what I know now, is that they did not book Kayla until after she had contacted her their relatives, and found someone who, on short notice, could take 5 children in the middle of the morning on a Wednesday. It's like, well, what the you do? So I think that she was allowed to remain out of custody, like with the police supervising her at the house, as she made some very grim calls in the middle of the day to a bunch of horrified family members to try and figure out who could come in town to pick them up, and so on. So that's what I think happened. I think they were probably all 3 booked collectively for the same charges. It just so happened that her booking time is later because she was with the police officers for an hour and a half waiting for somebody to come out from out of town to pick up the kids. Really, really grim. I think that was like the really terrible thing. It's like, it's fun to make fun of Kayla and Rekieta I say Rekieta, they're both Reketas. Kayla and Nick for being like colossal fucks who just allowed this to happen. Like, just literally allowed this to happen. As much as I like, I'm sympathetic to Kayla because I kind of feel like it was his idea the entire way, but she really didn't put her foot down. And I think that Mama Bear should have put her foot down at some point and be like, no, you're 40 and we've been married for 20 years, but you still have minor children under the age of 10. So you're going to put off the swinging and the hard drugs for another 12 years at least. And then after that, if you want to go your life up in your 50s, you can go do that. But I am simply not permitting you to do that now. I think that if she had put her foot down more, there would have been a delayed reaching this stage would have taken some time. But she was definitely like along for the ride, as indicated by the charges that she has. And you can really tell just like with her picture. It's kind of like each picture tells like a different story. It's kind of interesting. I'll start with April. She's just like sad. She's 29 years old. You can tell she's got like puffy crying eyes. She's like, oh, I'm such an idiot. I'm such a fool. Rekieta, he has a black eye, and he had a black eye on his last stream. So the black eye wasn't one of the... I thought that was part of the incident, but it's not. He had a black eye on his stream before he got arrested. So somebody gave him a black eye. It's unknown who. And at this point, you might even speculate that it's one of his older sons who punched him in the face. Or it could have been either of these people. It's unknown exactly who punched Rekieta. I just know that it was before he got arrested. But his face is like irritated. I can kind of just read his mind, and it says to me that he knows that this is going on the internet. So it's like, is it okay? Fine, you guys want the news hamster? I'll put the news hamster up. He can help with the news that Rekieta has up his whole life. So Rekieta, I think he here is mostly annoyed that this is going to like damage his internet reputation. That's just what it says to me. He's like getting irritated. Kayla looks strung out. She looks terrible. I mentioned this with Pay, but in case you're wondering, that's a cherry blossom tree tattoo on her chest plate. I think that if you don't remember, and I think this is kind of worth just going over the timeline so I can explain to you how my read on her face. It requires like a full explanation of like the timeline. So initially, early on, Rekieta got into, and I'm going to blame anime completely on this, just so you know, if you watch anime, this is your fate. He got into the anime stuff to try and pander more to the Vic Mignogna crowd. And he goes to these anime conventions, and there's like all these anime girls and cosplay girls that are like stepping on him at conventions. So I think, and she was along for that. One of the women stepping on him in that famous picture is Kayla. So she's complicit with that. And then he's like, oh, well, you know, if she's not jealous when I'm being stepped on by other women. And then he opens up his locals chat. And in the locals chat, he has all these women who are like middle aged. They called them the wine aunts. All these wine aunts in the locals chat that were like sending lewd images and like pictures of their tits and stuff to him through private messages. And so I think that the fact then she noticing that her husband is like actively engaging these women in his private messages, she also starts participating. She starts posting like pictures of herself, and this is around the time, by the way, that Rekieta made that statement that my wife has 5 kids, her body is destroyed, and then sometime after that, she has cosmetic surgery. She has like a tummy tuck, and I think she also has a facelift. You can see how she kind of has like this frozen like surprise in her eyebrows, and that's a sign that they've pulled up the skin of the face and it raises the eyebrows and gives you kind of more like it gives you a more expressive look, but it also makes you look more surprised just in general. So I think that's a facelift. So the okay, what was I saying? Okay, so she's like trying to like show off her body again, like in these messages, which also just continues to open the door for Rekieta. So now his wife is like actively competing with other women again, even though they've been married for 20 years. So then he's like, well, let's go to let's do some in real life exhibitionism. Let's go hang out in like pubs, and then let's go to like this hedonism event in Jamaica. It would be totally private, like far away from everybody we know. So they go to hedonism. And we know they went to hedonism because people in the Kiwi farms locked it down, like where they went, what country they were in. Just so you guys know, there is a hearing. The hearing is live, but Nick is not going to be in that. I can pull this up on stream and listen to it, but I don't think Nick was going to be in this because of the charges. I think that it's sealed. Like the hearing will be going on all day, and my speculation is that because of the hearing, like they have an entire jail full of people, so they're going to go through this, and they're going to process all the inmates. And I think that for Rekieta's thing, it will simply be squelched. I'm signing in right now. I have the Zoom meeting ready to go, and I'll click join. Pull up the other stream. Oh my god, guys, I can't. What the fuck? Like, you're just spamming bullshit. I can't figure out what the f you want. I have access to the Zoom call, like, directly. You guys want me to pull up, like, another person's stream? I really don't think he's going to show up. So I'm going to have to watch this guy that nobody's ever heard of. Because you guys are demanding that I show this particular stream instead of just joining the Zoom call. Because that's what placates you. Okay. Let's.
Presenting yourself at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He's representing
Count
himself,
one
as they
is
just
second
said.
degree possession, 25 grams or more of or methamphetamine. This is in violation of Minnesota statute 152.022, subdivision 2, print A, print 1.
Ding dong is
The
not me, in
maximum
case you're wondering.
sentence for that count is 25 years in prison and or a $500,000 fine.
Holy shit.
Count 2 is possession of ammunition or any firearm with the user of controlled substances. This is a gross misdemeanor, so the maximum sentence is 364 days in the Kansas County Jail and or a $3,000 fine. Count 3, endangerment of a child when present with a sale or possession of a controlled substance.
Oh, he's
Again,
fucked.
a gross misdemeanor. maximum
Do all
sentence.
your coke out, Nick, and yourself. You stupid.
Someone has
I'm going to
Zoom
warn
bombed
everyone
it.
again, this is a court proceeding. If you were in a courtroom with me, the
Yeah.
deputies would remove you. So
They can't stop the Zoom bombers.
any
Judge, I'm going
violation of that will be removed. Ms. Block?
Judge, I just disabled people the ability to unmute themselves, so I will work to
Oh my
unmute
God.
people as
The clerk
they need to
did it.
speak to
The
court
clerk
this
is
morning.
a hero.
All right, thank you. Aside from Mr. Rekieta and Mr. Kornahachi, no one needs to at this point. Lastly, I think I was saying that the count 3 gross misdemeanor has a maximum sentence of 364 days and or a $3,000 fine. Mr. Rekieta, you understand what you've been charged with? And second question, the maximum sentences associated with each count?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Now, I
Yes, Your
don't mean
Honor.
to insult your intelligence, given you are an attorney, but it's important that I know that you understand your rights here. First of all, you are presumed to be not guilty of these charges. It is the state, not you, that has to prove what has been alleged in the complaint with evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. You have a right to trial by jury. All members of the jury would have to agree that the state had met its burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt before you could be convicted. You have a right to counsel. You have a right to represent yourself, of course. If there's a trial, you could give your side of the story and testify, but you also have the right to remain silent. Indeed, you don't have to prove anything, so you don't have to say anything. If you remain silent, the judge can't make a comment about that. The prosecutor can't make a comment about that, nor can the jury take that into consideration. You have a right to confront, challenge, or cross-examine anyone who testifies against your interest. You have a right to call witnesses and the power of subpoena. You have a right to all of the state's discovery before trial,
You have a
and
right to being ding dong.
including
The
exculpatory
ding dong is people in the Zoom
information
call
and evidence.
harassing the
And
judge by like
at the
pressing
end of the
buttons
day,
that cause
if you
sound
think the
effects.
court made some mistakes or a jury made some mistakes, you have a right to appeal. Any questions about those rights as I've explained them?
No, Your Honor.
This is a
Dude, he
Rule
sounds
5
fucked
hearing.
still.
Sometimes
He's
we
going
call
through
it a
DTs
bail
or
hearing.
something.
We'll set this for a Rule 8 hearing. Under the rules, you have right to have that hearing within 14 days of today's hearing, but you could waive that as well, given your right to seek counsel if you so choose. Do you want this scheduled within 14 days, Rule 8?
No, Your Honor, I'd like to waive that. We can combine it into a contested omnibus hearing. That would
He's-
work
All
for
right, so we
He's-
for
he's
today's
waiving his
purposes,
right-
combine
He's
Rule
waiving
5,
his
Rule 8.
okay. He's
Yes, sir.
waiving his right to an attorney so that he can do the bond hearing right now. Because if he has what he doesn't want to do is stay in jail for a week or two so that he can get counsel and contest the bond. He's going to try to do it himself. That's what he's doing right now. That's very stupid. You don't want. He's up. He's a
Let's
retard.
hear what the state is requesting.
I didn't say it, but you also have the right to have me read the complaint today.
No, I'll waive it, right, sir.
All right, very well. Mr. Kornahachi, what is the state requesting as far as release conditions?
Yes, Your Honor. The state is requesting $50,000 unconditional. In the alternative, we would agree to RPR with standard drug conditions, which would include no use, random testing, no use and possession of firearms, contact probation as directed, don't leave the state without permission from the court, remain law-abiding, keep in contact with probation, and other standard conditions.
He will accept that. That's very generous.
Mr. Rekieta, any objection to those conditions?
No, Your Honor.
I object to the $50,000 bail. I think it's unduly burdensome and in violation of the Eighth Amendment.
All right, what about the conditions?
Release conditions sound fine.
Dude, he is fucked.
All right, the court will set unconditionally amount of $50,000, cash or bond. Conditionally, you'll be released in your own personal recognizance in all instances.
He got what he wanted.
Need to be
I was wrong.
law-abiding
He got
and
exactly
show
what he
up for all
wanted.
your
He's
court
walking out today.
appearances. Conditions are as follow: abstain from the use of alcohol or any mood-altering chemicals not prescribed by your physician. that will be subject to
The
random
contact
testing.
release, he may not
The
be able to
court will
stay at
order
home.
that,
Because
you meet with
he's
probation
not allowed
upon
to
your
have
release,
contact with the
sign
other
your agreement, and
co-defendants. He can
cooperate
stay with his
fully.
wife. They
You
might
are
have
not
April
to
leave.
possess any weapons, firearms of any nature, or be in the presence of anyone with a firearm or dangerous weapon, and do not leave the state of Minnesota without prior approval of the court. Any questions about those release conditions?
Yes, Your Honor, did you say 50 or 15,000?
50,000,
Thank
50.
you, Your Honor.
Okay, let me ask this. Do you still want a speedy omnibus, or can it be scheduled in normal course?
You rescheduled normal course, Your Honor.
Very well. Madam Clerk, do we have a date for that?
I'm sorry, Judge, I'm just gonna.
The release conditions were either $50,000 bond or promise to come back to court and obey certain conditions. So I think he's debating in his head if he wants to abide by the conditions, or if he wants to just pay up the $50,000. It's very they're not asking for much from him,
right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so yes, in person.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, just to clarify, timelines are waived?
Yes.
And Madam Clerk, just so the court is aware, Kristen Pierce is handling this case going forward.
He's got handcuffs on.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
So while we're waiting for the date, $50,000 bond, cash or surety, which means he can
And the
pay.
matter has been assigned with Judge Fisher. I'm looking at Tuesday, August 20th at 2:45.
Good for the state.
Judge
Without having a calendar, it sounds great.
Very well. Any other business we can conduct?
Now, on behalf of this, apologies. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I have requested to see two of my clients and have been forbidden from doing so. I would like to see them before their
Is he going to represent April and Kayla?
He's going to represent his
I'm not
wife.
understanding your request. Can you repeat it?
As two of my clients are set for arraignment today, I have requested to see them. They have both requested to
Oh my
speak to their
God.
attorney, who is me, and they have been prevented from doing so up to this point. I was wondering if we could get an order to allow me to at least speak to my clients before they come into their first appearance.
Gornahachi?
Your Honor, I'm not sure if the court is aware, April Multi has been released.
Okay.
And then I believe the other person who's referring to is his wife, Kayla. Is it Rekieta? Rekieta. I'll leave it to the court's discretion. They are charged as co-defendants. I believe she would have to waive any conflict, etc. But I don't take a position.
And to be frank, I don't know if that's a waivable conflict at this
Yeah.
point, given they are co-defendants. But there's no request from the state that obviously they are married, so there's no request that they be separated. True?
Correct.
So it's not DV.
Well, it's an issue of denying counsel to Ms. Rekieta, so I will grant the request and leave that as an issue for Judge Fisher. At least to get us through the arraignment this morning.
Thank you, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Jailer, are you able to make accommodations? Mr. Rekieta, how much time do you need?
Not long, just about 15 minutes, Your Honor.
Can the jail accommodate that?
That'd be up to the jail administrator, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
I would have to talk with the jail administrator.
All right. If they have any difficulties with that, the jail administrator, since I'll be in these proceedings, should contact Chief Judge Beckman.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Since Ms. Rekieta is not available, at least for the next 15 minutes, do we want to take the next matter?
Fine with the state, Your Honor.
Do we want to interpret the case next?
Which case?
The interpreter case?
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so we're gonna
that's
pull down
crazy.
the screen. They're gonna handle some other cases. I'll leave it going and see if Nick's wife, for arraignment.
Yeah, I'll okay, chat, you are tasked if you're one of these people watching this. Spam me if Kayla gets onto screen. I was very, very, very surprised that he showed up because I was certain that it would be sealed. The entire thing would be sealed because of the charges. I'm also surprised that he got the bond that he wanted because his thing was that he did not want to consult a public defender for his bond because in doing so he would have to be in jail over the 4-day weekend or 3-day weekend, however long Labor Day is. So he represented himself and basically just wanted to get out as soon as possible, and he's going to try and do the same for Kayla. So it's definitely a conflict of interest, but I guess if the state doesn't really give a, then he can represent her as well, assuming that she waives her rights and understands that there's a conflict of interest. It kind of indicates that Rekieta thinking that that's going to happen means that there was no DV, and that they basically are going to present the same defense with each other. It's not going to be a thing where Kayla says, oh, it was his fault, I told him not to, that kind of stuff. Because if she was going to testify against him, then he can't represent her because of the conflict of interest. But, which is why they warn you of that, because you're effectively, you're being prosecuted as a single entity, as a married couple that are completely conspiratorial in the crime. So, that's the concern there. So I guess that's coming back. Let me know if Kayla gets on. The charge has been upgraded, and they've added something that wasn't on the public docket, which is what I expected. I did not, because of the drugs and the gun charge, they've also added neglect as an accessory to the drugs, I think. And the drug charge was upgraded from mere possession to like serious possession. He had more than a certain amount of, so they're charging him as a as like a dealer, like the upgraded charge that has a maximum sentence of 25 years instead of 5. So all in all, that's not a good look. They're basically going to be able to beat whatever they want out of him in terms of a plea deal. As far as, because his concern, as demonstrated by his decision to not get an attorney to handle the bond for him, is indicative that his main concern is to stay out of jail, obviously. So he's going to take whatever he can get in terms of a plea deal. And I'm still very hesitant to say that they'll probably try to give him anything besides besides probation and court-appointed rehab. I will make a prediction right here and right now. He will fail his rehab. He will fail a piss test or something. I don't know. Maybe he's smart enough to find some way around it, but I don't know if he's at a point in his life where he's really going to try and turn it around and actually stay sober. I did find it very shocking, how the alcohol withdrawals were obviously physically affecting him. He was not coherent sounding. He wasn't lucid sounding. He sounded very as if he were still a drunk, but I suppose that's just a consequence of the DTs and stuff. It was not April who snitched. So April's already out, but that's because she doesn't have the child neglect or the gun possession charge. So she has mere possession, and she didn't have the serious possession charge. So they just let her out because there's zero reason to have a bond hearing for her because of how minor her charges are. So she was just caught up in the possession. His throat sounds raw. Yeah, he will not stay sober. And he seemed kind of smug and irritated. I mean, the smug has obviously been cleaned up a little bit, but he still seemed just kind of and arrogant, despite being in handcuffs and a thing. So he'd be shaking if he had DTs. Maybe it was not Aaron. Okay, let me explain. Let me proceed on with my little slideshow. I'll just explain I'll skip a little bit. So useful mistake and others had requested from the clerk of court a incident report from the sheriff's office. Sorry, not from the clerk of court, but from the sheriff's office. And the sheriff's office supplied this incident report, which if it doesn't show up, and for the record, it is against that judge's orders to restream his court. However, I did not restream his court. I restreamed a lawyer restreaming his court. And that lawyer better hope that the judge is not pissed that he restreamed that court hearing, because for a natural person who's outside of Minnesota, the chances of that coming out to get me would be very slim. But if you are a registered member of the Bar Association and you're ignoring a court order to not restream his court hearing, you might get into trouble. I'm not an attorney, so therefore I don't really have to care. And I was restreaming an attorney stream, so therefore I really, really don't have to care. But I would be slightly worried if I was a lawyer restreaming a government Zoom meeting that a judge had ordered not to be shared. So let's see. Okay, I was going to bring up this. So this is the incident report, and the incident report is very interesting because it was on the 16th, so it was a full 7 days before the arrest, and it mentions all the charges against the two of them, or the three of them actually. And the really, really weird thing is this: the literal is possible child neglect or abuse. And the short description is mandatory reporting issue. I want to speak to an officer about, and this leads to a lot of speculation because there's a short list of things that are mandatory reporting in Minnesota. That is, broadly speaking, law enforcement and anybody who is involved in the criminal justice system. So it's not just police officers who are mandatory. Just so we're clear, a mandatory reporter is somebody who, if they see child abuse or different kinds of abuse, but broadly child abuse and vulnerable persons abuse, they have to report that to the police, or they can risk professional repercussions. So a police officer who's aware of child abuse and doesn't report it could lose his badge. A nurse could lose her nursing license. A doctor could lose his medical license. And so any kind of law enforcement officer, a probation officer, someone involved in the jail system, if they are aware of abuse, they have to report it. Doctors, nurses, psychologists, psychiatrists, they all have to report. And interestingly, clergy who learn about child abuse in the process of their ministerial duties have to also report. This, I've learned, is contested. The Church of Latter-day Saints has cited freedom of religion and won. So I think in some states it's been declared unconstitutional to have clergy be mandatory reporters. In Minnesota, it's still on the books. So even though you could possibly sue and win on religious freedom grounds, for the moment, it's still mandatory reporters. So the church seems like the most likely thing. You know, you have those kids coming in and out of church all the time. Actually, the 16th is a Thursday, so it's not a Sunday. But they do the micro schooling, so it could have been a thing. I don't know. They saw something, or I think the most likely situation is that even if it's not the church or it's just somebody else, I think that the most likely situation is that Rekieta was drunk driving and dropped off his kids in the presence of a mandatory reporter who noticed that he was visibly intoxicated and driving. And so they felt compelled to report it. And I think that he drives drunk commonly enough and probably drives with his kids, because he reports on his own that he drives like an idiot with his kids in the car. So is it a stretch to say that he's going to, because there's no way for him to drink the way that he does and then also fulfill his obligations and taking his children to the various places that they have to go as part of their micro-schooling arrangement, especially considering that there's 5 of them. So it's not just one kid in a bunch of places to be, but 5 kids in a bunch of different places to be. and then he drinks continuously. So I believe that's probably what happened now, is that he DUI'd with his kids, and somebody saw it and complained about it. If it's not that, then it's probably the clergy who reported it themselves. And that's my thought. This is about the docket. I was going to try and downplay people's expectations that Rekieta would show up on camera for the thing, but that didn't happen. He did actually show up, and surprisingly, he was like the first or second person who actually showed up. So I was completely wrong about that, I guess. I'm still waiting on Kayla. Make sure to spam my chat if Kayla shows up on screen. So next, I kind of want to talk about people's reactions to this. Because Rekieta wasn't just some guy. It's not like Bossman Jack going to jail for crack. You know, we're only like a couple retards like me give a shit. Nick, I think I've said this multiple times now, like just in the last month, but it is staggering. It is staggering to think about how much money he was making, how well known he was. He was making appearances in documentaries for Netflix, and he had 100,000 people watching concurrently for the Johnny Depp trial. He was making so much money at one point, he wouldn't even acknowledge super chats that were less than $20. He was the top super chat earner in, I think, the entire world, if not just the United States. He was beating out the VTubers in terms of super chat income. Like, he was at the very, very top of YouTube in terms of live streaming. And he basically invented the concept of LawTube, which he was very smug about. That's why he called himself the Law Pope, to try and piss off Popat, who was a legal commentary guy. But he really, I mean, he found a niche, and he came from such humble origins too, where it's like, to begin with, he called into the Dick Show to talk about the Lolsuit with Maddox. And then he started doing his own streams with alumni from the Dick Show, like Sriracha, talking about Russell Greer. I started showing up on his podcast because he wanted to talk about locales and stuff and litigation like that. And then he ended up doing more serious streams about Rittenhouse and stuff. And it was just like a perfect natural progression, a nice mix of information, entertainment, and I think people feel like they're learning something. Because the legal system is like a complicated machine that not many people really understand. So you can kind of excuse, listening to a guy drink and ramble about Russell Greer when it kind of feels like you're learning something in the process of it, and understanding how your government works a little bit better. It was just, you couldn't really ask for a better kickoff, right? So the first person to talk about. Well, not the first person. Hold up. I have been sent something that made me laugh out loud, like a lunatic. Hold up. Let me find it. Maybe I'll just leave this up. Here we go. Ceiling Cat has funneled in through the jail and is now talking to him from his cell, like, meow, we can get you out of here. Meow. Stand on the bleachers. I'll pull you up. Meow. Okay, so Jim made fun of him when he says, and by the way, this is probably the single most base take that Dear Medicare has ever made. He says, Christian man watches one episode of anime, and now he's going to prison. Just one episode of Sailor Moon was all it took. If you see something, say something. Anime is a gateway drug. So true. So true. I've warned people of this for many years. And Jim, finally, this is like a deathbed conversion. This is like a deathbed confession. Look, I've known this entire time that this Japanese cartoon shit is cancer for the soul. It's junk food for the mind, and now I can finally say it. Now that I'm free, I can finally admit this terrible curse. Very tragic. This was one of his early streams that people gave him a lot of shit for. I can't remember what it was that prompted him to do this. I think it was like 100,000 subscriber special. But he's in I think he's in the kids' playroom surrounded by toys watching anime. And I think at one point in the stream, his son walks in and is like, "What the f are you doing?" And he's like, I'm kawaii." I think people just kind of look past this because it's like a silly thing, I guess. But I don't know. It's the stain has never gone away. The anime stream was real. We all saw it. We can't unsee it. This is Megan Fox, not that one, who is a late, I guess you could call it late stage Rekieta friend. Like, Rekieta only maintained a couple of friendships towards the end of the spiral before he got arrested. And Megan Fox happened to be this one of the wine. I would call her like a wine aunt. She's like a wine aunt from the locals chat that was hanging out with Rekieta for a while and showing up on his streams just so that he could get like a woman on screen for his audience, which was like brain damage at that point. But she blames us, I think. Let's take a listen.
He's dying in front of our eyes. Like anybody that denies that shit.
His soul, his spirit is dying too. And the last couple of times that I've been on with him has been really difficult for me. And I love him. And it's been difficult because he's not there. And I know he's not there. And everybody knows he's not there. And it's been really hard. It's just, when I first met Nick, it was during the Johnny Depp trial, and I did a stream with him. He invited me on, and we had such an instant connection. It was always familial.
Bro, he has a wife. I know it may not seem like it, but like, come on. If your wife, if a woman is publicly saying, "I feel like an instant connection to you," and your wife doesn't immediately shut that shit down and say like, "You're not talking to that woman again," she doesn't love you. She doesn't give a fuck about you. She doesn't give a fuck about your relationship. You need a little bit of jealousy there to filter this shit out.
It always felt really familial to me with him. I felt instantly connected to him he had such joy in his eyes, light in his eyes, you know? And he was such a light person. And he was so generous, so kind, so...
He's still alive. He's still alive, lady. He's just in jail. She's talking about him like how one talks about like your dead dog. Scruffy was such a good pooch. He was always ready to play. He had such light in his eyes. He was always ready to go out for a walk. You walk into the room and it just lights up because of Scruffy. Scruffy was with Beth's dog. It's like, Scruffy's outside, bro. He's just at the vet.
I'm with his platform, so full of joy. And what has happened to him over the last few years has just been so hard to watch. And, you know, those of you out there, I just want to say, who are like, "Oh, we tried to tell you," and we've been watching, we're not stupid. We've seen the same things that you've seen, but there are channels out there and people out there who have been rooting for this very thing. They wanted this to happen, and they
raise your
still
hand by
want worse
typing
things to
O
happen to this man and
/
his
if that's
family.
you.
They want to drive him down a road to hurt himself. Those kiwi farms and all that shit. It's not about, they're not worried for him. It's about entertainment to them. There's an entire thing out there, entire like entertainment sphere around making content out of his downfall. And that's disgusting. It's as disgusting as doing what is happening to his kids. It's just as bad.
No, it's really not. What a cope. What a stupid bitch. Can I say that? Am I allowed to say that? What a stupid bitch. So first of all, mistreating your children, driving them drunk, leaving and firearms around them in the open is child endangerment. That's a crime. Most people believe that that's bad. Making fun of him for doing that is not a crime. It's not child endangerment. And in a perfect world, it would wake him up to the stupidity and profound stupidity of his actions. But we do not live in a perfect world, and Rekieta will do whatever the fuck he wants because he's an adult man, and nobody can really persuade him otherwise. Which is not to say that encouraging him to go down is a good thing. I want to point this out, by the way. Russell, I mentioned he got his start off of Maddox. Maddox's career suffered horrifically. It's never recovered. from the falling out with Dick and the things that Dick said about him. Russell Greer hasn't made anything because he's like so, he says in his filings that he's so stressed out he doesn't make music or anything anymore. Katie made fun of them too. Johnny Depp was going through a really nasty marital issue, and he went on stand and talked about a woman shitting in his bed and stuff. And Nick made his career off of that. I don't see, like, is it just because that they're more famous? Johnny Depp and Amber Heard are much more famous and well paid than he is, therefore their privacy matters less. The sanctity of their relationship matters less. The things that they go through are less, important or touchy. I don't think so. I don't know how people can make that kind of like cope in their head. Like, don't you understand how disgusting what you're doing is? Oh, you mean the thing that he did for years, that he made $1 million off of, that got him put into the news? No, I don't really think so, lady. Very bad take. Ethan Ralph, of course, has no such moral quandaries. He says, "Can't spin this one. Nick Rekieta is." How funny was that fart on stream now, Nick? Ralph occurs strikes again. In all honesty, we killed the beef and feel bad for them, but damn. No such harboring. He was on good terms with Rick. He even says, I thought we squashed the beef. I was going to go show up on your stream just the other day, but damn, you up, boy. I'm going to roast your ass now. Should have been laughing at my farts, bitch. Crazy. Wonderful. Thank you, Ralph. By the way, let's just skip ahead. Ralph is opening a Mexican tortilla shop. I'll speed this up a little bit because he's talks real fucking.
What would you say if I told you I was working on a project to open a bar/restaurante here in Merida? Not for me to drink, by the way. Well, it's more an investment. I wouldn't be the sole proprietor, but what would you say, Trollius? Well, it's not like I would be there very often either because I have to stream, but...
I have to stream.
Well, this would be in the Centro District, which is the most popular tourist district in the city, and the most popular, just like, party district in the city, and like the center of everything, basically. It's Centro, it's downtown Merida, and there's plenty of tourists here. Plus, Acapulco got blown away by a hurricane as well, so...
Ralph's going to start up a he's selling pictures of Nick Rekieta's face on t-shirts right now, so maybe he'll make enough money that he can secure a loan to start his torta business in Merida. And then we can all go have tortas at the Torta del... What's the word for a pig? How do you say pig monster in Spanish? Torta del El Pig Monster. We can all enjoy some margaritas together. That's Ralph. Ralph is happy. Of course, Ralph was a friend of Rekieta. Remember his epic takedown of Legal Mindset, where he said, "Oh, Legal Mindset." That's my favorite Ralph clip ever of him trying to cut a promo because he has no idea who Legal Mindset is, and he doesn't really care about Nick Rekieta at all, but he's trying to make fun of Legal Mindset. He's just going, "Oh, Legal Mindset, you bitch. Only legal anything that I care about is not going to jail." It's just awesome. It's just so weak. It's it's literally like you ask an AI chatbot, please cut a promo about Legal Mindset for WWE. It's just okay, well, he does something related to the law, I guess. Cocina. Oh, mozzotota. Finally, let's see. So the last remaining friend that I already spoiled it, that Nick had for his downward spiral, the last person willing to defend his honor as he chased off literally everybody around him over the months, was Dax Herrera, Dick Masterson, Juju the Cow, a man who gets in the ass while dressed as a cow. Dick, for whatever reason, continued to encourage Rekieta to drink letting people know that he's not Nick's father. He doesn't have to show any kind of remorse or concern for somebody that he associates with. Basically, just kept telling him, "Hey, buddy, drink. You're doing great. Your stand-up is awesome. This direction you're taking in life is really cool, and I respect it." To the point where after his massive blackout drunk stream, he posted this: "Nick is letting his addiction ruin his life." And then there's a fat person on the computer. You get it? Because he's implying that people who say that look like that, and obviously they're food addicts as well. So you're one to talk, owned. And then a mere less than 48 hours later, they're in jail. Yeah, obviously. So then Dick decides to just turn on him and start making fun of him. You want to see what his friends think about him? There are the faces of oh, you can't see. How professional of me. Here's the pic. Here's the epic. Sorry, I don't want to deprive you of the Juju the Cows Daxi Pads epic own of all the haters that led to that was imminently before the arrest of Rekieta. Then we have this. This is their stream. They immediately booted up because they don't stream. They stream on a schedule like I do. So they started an emergency stream to try and capitalize on Nick Rekieta's arrest as much as possible. They managed to get like 1,000 viewers, I think, were watching this live as Dick Masterson, a.k.a. Dax Herrera, a.k.a. Daxipad, a.k.a. Juju the Cow, a man who gets in the ass while dressed as a cow, and Vito Gesualdi, a.k.a. Christopher Gesualdi, a.k.a. Vito a man who is attracted to children, who has admitted at multiple points in time that he is attracted to children. They encouraged Nick Rekieta to drink and to pursue comedy as a career instead of continuing into his legal commentary. And as soon as he was arrested, literally within the hour that the news broke, they both decided Nick Rekieta, and they booted up. And Dick left his swinging party, got into his car, called up Vito, says, "You got to pull out of that kid. We're going to do a stream today about Nick Rekieta. We're going to roast him." And they meet up in his laundry room, which is where these sets are filmed, and they decide to laugh for hours at somebody that they considered a friend like an hour ago. Because, I mean, if he can't laugh at himself, then come on. It's very sad. I hope, by the way, this is how many times has he done this? The only person that he hasn't tried to completely ruin is Ralph. And I guess that Ralph has blackmail on him. I don't know what he's waiting on. But yeah, everybody who's ever associated with him, I can't wait for Vito, man. I can't wait for Vito to get to lose his usefulness and for Dick to post all the embarrassing, terrible shit that he gets up to. That's gonna be great. I can't wait for Christopher Gesualdi to be cut into pieces by Dick Masterson with an axe. That'll be very satisfying. Cool. Thank you, Los Angeles. Oh, by the way, he tentatively accepted the Sonichu medallion offer. So I'm gonna have to figure out how I'm gonna have to get a genuine cursed article to send to him. But he's not gonna do it right. He's gonna do it wrong, and then he's gonna cry about it because Rekieta, when he read his, it was like a message, and then he signed off as Nick Chan Rekieta Chu. And obviously, for the demon to take root, he has to say it Dax Chan Herrera Chu. And he's not going to do that. Dick's, for whatever reason, even though he's super mega dox, he doesn't like to put his real name onto his podcast ever. So he's going to read it wrong as Dick Chan Masterson Chu, which is just stupid. Obviously, the demon can't infest him if he doesn't invite it with his true name, because that's how demons work. And then he's going to say well, I did the medallion, but Null doesn't want to talk to me still. He lied to me. I did the whole medallion and everything. No. Making it known right now, cutting the shit off at the heels. You have to invite the demon with your real name. That's how demons work. Everybody knows this. Don't even try me on this. Also, coping and sneaking is the locals chat. The last centurions of the Nick streaming system still giving him money for the streams, still watching somehow, decide how they're going to cope with the fact that Rekieta is now in jail. And of course, they're going to lie to themselves. The reasonable conclusion isn't he's doing drugs. The reasonable conclusion is this is probably bullshit. So they're saying, their belief is at this time, not that Nick Rekieta, who is obviously high on, he's doing. The reasonable assumption is that the police have framed him. Nick Rekieta has said too many truths, too many unspeakable facts, that the government has now conspired against him to arrest him and eliminate him from the public discourse because he represents such a massive, massive threat to the establishment world order, which is just retarded. I kind of had the feeling that he would try and pass this off as I've seen this before where like pillheads will say, "Oh, I was arrested for having my prescription, but they weren't in the prescription bottle." Because if you don't know, you have to keep your prescription medication, especially if they're a controlled substance like opiates and shit. You have to keep them in the orange bottle with the prescription label. Otherwise, you can be arrested for having a controlled substance that can't be traced back to you. So I assumed that he would try to do that, like, oh, this was my narcolepsy medication, but I didn't have. I kept it in the. I don't take it as prescribed. I snort it, and I needed it as a fine white powder in a little baggie, because that's the most convenient way to. Like the orange cylinders are so bulky and annoying, and they don't really conduct themselves well to being a powder. So I usually keep it in a little baggie next to my razor blades. That's what they busted me for, and it's just bullshit. It's just the system, man. So I figured that's what he would probably try to do, but I don't know. They're accusing him of 25 grams of so, which is a lot. So I don't know. I don't know what they're going to try to spin this as. I think there's 2 sets of images. Let's see. I'll scroll down a little bit. I'm rooting for Nick. This is Tiff Hang, so this is a why not. I'm rooting for Nick. This seems sketch altogether. Nobody saw this coming. Rekieta was the perfect picture of a well-adjusted family man, putting together professional streams, speaking his truth, and then this comes out of nowhere. It's very sketchy. Oh, here we go. Archive 37 says, "That's wild. I bet it's his narcolepsy medications. They are a controlled substance. This guy coping that he has crushed up baggies of narcolepsy meds that he just carries around with him that he got busted on. They're all just, well, this is my prescription. I swear. I just keep it in this Ziploc. I bet it's a bullshit charge or wrong place, wrong time. In April, that bitch, that whore, April, getting my boy Rekieta, who didn't do nothing. He was a good boy up until her. April was doing something sketch, spelled with a C. Tiff is upset that people are making fun of a man who makes fun of people for a living. The lowercase I internet is so up, and making fun of Nick's arrest on the real. I know we make fun of him, but we care in reality." Duck goes Megan Fox, scumbags hoping to monetize. Megan is not on his side. I don't know, Megan sounded like she was about to cry over his dead body. You know the charge is bullshit because Nick's mugshot says, "You arrested me for this shit?" No, his mugshot to me says, this sucks. Listen, it's a sad situation. He's been arrested on drug possession charges and possession of firearms under the influence. How much more evidence do you need? I'm not shaming Nick or trying to kick him while he's down. This shit sucks, and I wish it wasn't the case. I don't care what you've personally seen. You're making accusations of hard drugs based off literally nothing but a county booking. The levels of retarded that should be relegated to the woke left. I don't know, man. Maybe the coke on his mustache, maybe the sniffling, maybe the behavior. He read Anime Sucks, Cope and Sneed 9 times in a row. Is any of this suspicious to you? Is any of this indicative of hard drugs? No? Okay. My lived experience. This guy is like insane. He's a weeaboo too. I'm scoring this one for team anti-weeaboo. This is how deranged anime freaks are. It's just an argument between them. Nick will always bounce back. He always does. Hoping him and his family get through this. Lemon Saki says he hasn't had to bounce out of jail before at Lamau, which is a pretty base comment. Let's see, there's more. I like these. Lord of There says, I think Null was the first to post about it. Twisted Puppet says, Null is a cowardly, paranoid bitch. I don't know. I'm right. I'm sorry. I would agree that it's not paranoia if you're right, okay? I'd love to say I'm shocked, but I'm not. Many people have been warning him privately for like 8 months. Yeah. I guess Art the Clown redeemed over here. Twisted Puppet says they're all adults. They can deal with the consequences of their actions. Yeah, Ethan, I assume Ethan Manshiver doesn't know shit. Could have been coke, could have been the expired prescription meds. Seems like it wasn't the latter, though. You think? When Nick comes back, you better tell the truth. Okay, actually, you know what? Let's do a poll. I haven't done a poll in a while. I feel like I'm going to do a poll. So let's do a poll. Will Rekieta do a cope stream? And then option 1, get your votes ready. Vote 1 for yes, he will lie and downplay it. Vote 2 for no, he will fess up. Or vote 3 for the wild card option, he will never show his face again. Oh, I can't because I'm not signed in. Hold your votes. Do not vote. Do not vote. Give me a second. I'm not signed into literally anything. Okay, hold up. I want to do my poll. I should have had this set up. Kayla's on. Okay, I got you. We're swerving. Skirt, skirt. We're listening live.
Hopefully, when they start speaking, hopefully you can hear it. I think I unmuted it.
All right, we are on the
Can you guys
record
hear?
in court file 34 CR 24 342. It's the state of Minnesota versus Kaylee Christine Rekieta. You are Ms. Rekieta?
Yes.
All right. We've had some trouble hearing everyone this morning, so if you could get a little closer to the microphone and speak a little louder. Your appearance today is based on a complaint order for detention with 3 counts. I have your date of birth is March 9.
Yes, sir.
All right. The record should also reflect that Alex Kornahachi appears for the state of Minnesota. Ms. Rekieta, your current address.
Is that my internet
Yes, sir.
or?
Okay.
And you also get your mail there?
No, sir. We have a PO box.
All right. What is the PO box to ensure that you get your mail?
PO box 97.
And
Sorry.
Mr. Rekieta lives there as well.
He's muting
He's
it
also a
himself.
co-defendant with you,
Yes, sir.
and he would get his mail there as well.
Yes, sir.
Count 1 is second degree possession of 25 grams or more of or methamphetamine. This has been charged out as a felony, so the maximum sentence is 25 years in prison and or a $500,000 fine. Offense date was May 23rd, 2024. Count 2 is possession of ammunition or a firearm by a user of a controlled substance in violation of Minnesota statute 624.713 at subdivision 1. This is a gross misdemeanor, so the maximum sentence is 364 days and or a $3,000 fine. And then lastly, count 3, neglect or endangerment of a child. Again, a gross misdemeanor, maximum sentence 364 days and or a $3,000 fine. First question is, do you understand what you've been charged with?
I understand, yes.
All right. And the maximum penalties associated with each offense or each count.
Yes, sir.
All right. When someone has been accused of an offense such as this, it's important that you understand your rights. Starting point is that you are presumed to be not guilty. You don't have to prove your innocence, rather the state has to prove your guilt, and they have to do so with evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. 2, you're entitled to counsel, legal counsel, and if you can't afford an attorney, the court would appoint one for you. 3, you're entitled to trial by jury if you so choose. If there's a trial, all members of the jury would have to agree that the state had met its burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt before you could be convicted. If there's a trial, you could give your side of the story if you wish, but you don't have to because you have a right to remain silent. Indeed, you don't have to prove anything, so you don't have to say anything. If you remain silent and don't testify, the judge and the prosecutor cannot make comments about that because it is your constitutional right, nor can the jury consider it. You have a right to confront, challenge, or cross-examine any witness who testifies against your interest. You have a right to call witnesses and the power of subpoena to force witnesses to come and testify on your behalf. You have a right to receive all of the state's evidence and information, including exculpatory information, before trial. And at the end of the day, if you think the judge or the jury made some mistakes, you have the right of appeal. Do you have any questions about those rights this morning?
No, I do not.
You have a right also to have me read the complaint to you. If you read it or you're able to read it, you can waive that right. Do you need for me to read it to you?
Not at this time, no.
Very well. Any objection to setting these hearings tracking your husband's case? Or would you want a separate hearing?
I think I would like this tracking his.
Very well. We will set those and track at the same time. You can change your mind if you'd like. This is sometimes called a bail hearing, and then you would come back for an arraignment. We combine those hearings for Mr. Rekieta. Do you want to do the same thing and then just set this for a contested omnibus? That's a yes?
Yes, please.
You're nodding, but you're yes?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Cornhachi, does the state have any release conditions?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor. We would ask for the same conditions as Nicholas Rekieta, $50,000 unconditional, and the alternative RPR with standard conditions. If the court would like, I can repeat the conditions I had asked for.
You're going to have to. I threw it away. So
no problem. So that would be no use of controlled substances or alcohol, random testing, no use or possession of firearms, contact probation as directed, don't leave the state without permission, remain law-abiding, and other standard conditions.
Ms. Rekieta, any objection?
No.
Very well. Court will order unconditionally amount of $50,000 cash or bond. Conditionally, you'll be released on your own personal recognizance. But in all instances, you have to remain law-abiding and show up for your court appearances, and we'll give you that date shortly. It'll also be noted on this release order. You are to abstain from the use of alcohol or any mood-altering chemicals not prescribed by your physician. That will be subject to random testing, so I'll have you report to probation, sign their agreement, and cooperate fully, which means keeping in contact with the pretrial probation agent. You are not to possess any firearms, ammunition, or dangerous weapons, and don't leave the state of Minnesota without prior approval of the court. Any questions about any of that?
No, sir. Understood.
Madam Clerk?
Your Honor, that is August 20th at 2:45.
All right. And that's all from the Candy. All right. Is that all from the Candiac County Jail?
That's all we have, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Candiac County Jail signing up.
Very simple, very straightforward.
Okay. So that is it.
That's what I just said. Get off my screen. Don't know who you people are. I received a message from an attorney, and he indicated to me that the fact he has chosen to represent his wife as co-defendant is a much bigger deal than I initially suspected. I suspected that there would be a conflict of interest, but he says he should be disbarred for trying to represent a co-defendant. Forget the rest of the shit he's done. That's actually per se conflict and per se against the ethical rules. It's unconstitutional everywhere because it is a fundamental issue with part of a zealous representation of your client. Part of a zealous representation is the freedom to throw the client's co-defendants under the bus. Says it's a blatant problem. Even if he was not also charged, he can't represent co-defendants because they need to be able to throw each other under the bus, whether or not they choose to do so. They need that ability. So if Rekieta is permitted to represent her for wait, hold up. It's going to be up to the prosecutor to allow this, though. It may be a thing where they have to get different lawyers down the road, and he's allowed to represent her for the bond hearing. But when it comes to the actual trial, the issue that the state has is that if she's allowed to accept her husband's representation in court and then is convicted, like let's say they get the maximum of 25 years each, right? She can then appeal this and say, I was not given a zealous defense by my attorney because he was my co-defendant. And that's an extremely strong argument for a retrial due to inadequate counsel. And in that case, it would actually be the state's fault because they should be saying, no, you can't do that. So it might be a thing where the state, the guy that is the prosecuting attorney sounds very young. You can, like, his voice is like squeaky. It's so squeaky that if he was playing Team Fortress 2, people would be telling him to shut up and stop using his mic. So he's very young. So I don't know if it's like a lack of experience or if he's just permitting it for the bond hearing stuff, but there's definitely a serious conflict of interest in that. You missed the last few seconds? I don't think I missed anything. All right, let me end the poll. With 214 participants, 178 or 82.79%, almost 83% said yes, he will lie and downplay it on a coop stream. 11 people, and we are 5% of all respondents, said that he will fess up and own up to his mistakes. And a much more significant 26 or 12% said he will never show his face again. So, the poll, the votes are in. The overwhelming majority of people claim that he will get on stream and he will cope and sneed, as he has done many times in the last couple of days. As far as the release of their conditions, I think both of them had $50,000 or strict supervision, and I think that they will have a no contact order with April as a co-defendant. I guess they get to keep their kids. Actually, there was the way that they phrased it with Rekieta was that they were asking for contact limitations, but they didn't explicitly say what contact limitations. So I don't know if that means there will be he's going to have to choose, basically. Like, they might sit them down and say that your charges are so severe, we cannot permit you to have sole custody of your own children until your trial. So I think that it was either $50,000 or supervised, so they might have to pay $100,000 in bond in order to not be supervised on release, because if they violate the conditions of their bond, they lose that money. Yeah, I think you lose. I think the way that bond works, and it's a complicated, but it's like you pay. What you do is you go to a bondman, and you give him as collateral like your house, and then you say, I need $100,000 to post bond. I think the court takes 10% of that as like a fee, so that $10,000 is just gone. And then you get like the rest of it back if you obey all their rules up until the trial. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. I'm not 100%, but I think that's the gist of it. That's how it works. So if you If you don't show up, the guy takes your house and he sells it, and then you get the rest of the money back as collateral, I guess. But yeah, it's not either or. It's not either or. I thought it was 50,000. Let me ask. I thought it was $50,000 or supervision. Is it 50 or all caps supervision or 50 and the way that it sounded to me was that he had the choice of doing $50,000 bond or bond on recognizance and then also supervision. I'm gonna wait for a response because I'm pretty sure it said or I am correct. Yeah. When my chat tries to tell me things as if I don't know things, chat, come on now. Come on, you should learn to trust me by now. I'm not completely full of shit all the time. He can get out without paying anything, but if he chooses to do that, the conditions of his bond will be stricter. They will monitor him. They will drug test him. If he pays the cash, then they have the cash as collateral instead, and they won't supervise him. So if they make the conditions that you can't supervise your kids, I'm pretty sure that means he either has to pay $100,000 in bond, or he has to eat shit on that and have a supervised visitation or something. It can be that cruel. So he's not in a good spot. if that hasn't been made clear by now, he's not in an enviable position. So yeah, I don't know. We'll have to hear more. I'm sure. I agree with my poll. I believe that he will come on and he'll make that content for himself. I don't know how he can get away with representing Kayla. They're gonna have to find public defenders, I'm pretty sure. I think that he's just representing her to get her out of jail today instead of having to wait until next week for a bond hearing with an attorney. I feel like he's familiar enough with the system to accomplish that, as evidenced by the fact that he has. Okay, there's actually one more thing. I've bookmarked a bunch of shit on Twitter, and I think we can go through that now. There's something I'll save that for. I guess I'll just throw this in. No, I'll save that. I don't want to bring something sad. I'll just mention it later next week instead of bringing random sad stuff into my wonderful stream. Dude, he could stream tonight. If he posts bond tonight, he could be out before the weekend, and he could be streaming tonight. We could have Rekieta Law. He could even play his intro where it goes, fight, 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 fight. And then hypocrisy. And then he could be like, hello, everybody. It's me, Nicholas Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. Yesterday, I was arrested for having a little bit of on me and for neglecting my children. And let's talk about that. Let's unpack this. And then just gets up on alcohol immediately. And his probation officer arrests him before the stream is. This is all in my head right now. Oh god, I have so many fun bookmarks. Okay, here. Sorry, I'm opening them. You know how my internet is, chat. The kebab shop is bustling right now, so. No post, this is crazy X Twitter message, and that'll be it. Dude, he's had all night to think about what witty message he's gonna post on Zitter as soon as he gets out of jail. I might have to unblock him so I can make fun of him. All right, hold up. My thing is finally loading. Okay, here we go. Here we have chat, an exhibit. This is a picture posted by Cassius on the Zitter. And this is a young, spry, youthful, happy Nicholas R. Rekieta, a still very high on Andy Worski, the Gunt himself, gunted, and wearing heavy clothing to hide it, and then the since deceased Coach Red Pill, also known as Chef Red Pill, sitting in front. This was a much better time, chat. So in case you're wondering, the fat one on the right has fled the country because he has 2 baby mamas that are trying to him. Coach Red Pill tried to flee the country of Ukraine and was arrested at the border under the orders of a and then permitted to die of pneumonia in custody. Andy Worski has hooked up with Pay and the Stop Doing Blow. And Nick Rekieta is currently in jail, awaiting his parole officer to decide if he's going to post bond or go out on recognizance. So I think that the Tonkasaw wrestling event is like one of the most mimetic moments of internet history. Like just the different stories that all 4 of these people who are like all hugging on each other in different photos have gone down. It's just like insane. It really is like a little capsule of the internet come and pass. This is a picture of ceiling cat in the sky, welcoming all the different animals that Rekieta has in cold blood to heaven. If you don't remember, I think Rekieta first told this story to me in person, but he was randomly like rattling off about how he a skunk. He had captured a live skunk in a live cage trap, and then he drowned it. Like, he didn't know what else to do with it, so he just threw it in, like, a pond, and it drowned. And I remember my reaction to this was, like, shock and horror. Like, what the hell's wrong with you? Why would you not just shoot the skunk? Apparently, he just does this. He just drowns small animals that he captures. I don't know why. Actually, you know what? I think I will, since we're talking about ceiling cat already, and the great ceiling cat of the sky. Let me just show this. Also visiting ceiling cat is, unfortunately, Doge. The Doge, also known as Kabu-sama, I think, or Kabocha, has passed. The Doge, the famous Doge, which has been used in Dogecoin, the Doge memes, Elon Musk's favorite memes of all time. He has passed at the age of 19. He was born in 2005, so this dog has been around for a long ass time, and it's very sad. But that's the terrible thing about pets, is that they don't live as long as you. So yeah, unfortunate. This is the greatest tragedy of this week, by the way. This dog dying. Everyone loves this dog, and his death. We will miss him, much like how Megan Fox misses Mrs. Rekieta, who is dead, whose soul has died. We will actually miss Kabocha, the poor dog. Please look at the Fox 9 article. Can you send that to me? Somehow? Can you deliver this message to me? What about are you talking about like a Rekieta article? I'm aware that he's in the New York Post, I think. While you send that to me, let's play this video. This was played on the Kino Casino. I'll play a couple minutes of it because it's not worth playing all the way full. This is the Ghost Behaviorist, who I think is the Irate Gamer, if I remember correctly. He has a unique take when it comes to the Sonichu medallion and demonic possession.
Hey guys, Chris the Ghost Doctor here. And last night I ended up answering a question about a online personality. I guess his name is Nick Rekieta. I hope I'm saying that right. I don't know who this guy is, but my reply ended up getting a lot of buzz. So I told everybody that I would do a video on this and kind of explain things in a little bit more detail. So they sent me some pictures of this guy back in like 2019 as compared to now. And if you see him back in 2019, he's very full. He looks full of life. He talks very well. Dude, and now his face is very gaunt. And
I love how when people talk about Rekieta, they just jump to this statement. He used to be so full of life, as opposed to now, living Rekieta, so empty, so zombified. The faces of meth, Just no soul, nothing left inside of them. It's like there's no coordination between Megan Fox and the irate gamer. He just looks at Rekieta and says he used to be so full of life. It's just like immediately what people think of when they see him.
Videos, I guess he slurs his words, on the verge of passing out from time to time, and people are like, what is going on with this guy? Because I guess he's an alcoholic. At one point he put a necklace on, and I guess there's some theories out there that it was cursed, and could that do anything? And yeah, absolutely. I'm not going to say that's the complete catalyst of it, but it could have, him putting a necklace on that somebody sent him that is cursed, could have opened the door. And if you don't know how to properly cleanse yourself or your space, you know, once these things start to slip in, they can kind of like plant their flag and start to invade that space and wreak all kinds of havoc on their life. I think somebody told you he divorced over time.
Is he talking about is he talking about the Sonichu demon, or is he talking about April, the Imholta, the evil April that got into his life and just f***ed everything up with poor helpless Nick Rekieta, adrift, unable to defend himself against such an evil she-demon?
So, yeah, they can just get in and cause all kinds of havoc in your life. And I saw that he's an alcoholic, too, and that's kind of taken over his life as well. And the problem with this is every vice, human vice out there, drugs, alcohol, even has their own frequency level that attracts beings in. They have their own frequency beings. So, you know, you have these alcoholic spirits around you, constantly feeding off you because they love that. You know, they're not living. They can't drink a beer, so they have to drink through you.
I think that's my favorite part. There's two parts of this that are really interesting besides like what he just says about like Rekieta. I like his theory that there's like alcoholic demons out there that are like really, really thirsty for booze, but they can't just like go to a bar because they're like dead. So they have to like vicariously drink through Rekieta. They have to compel him to booze it up so they can have some liquor too.
They're feeding off you, and this is why we see the life force kind of like draining out of this guy over time, because maybe that's exactly what's going on. Something is feeding off him. I've come up with different classifications of spirits, and parasite spirits are just one of those things. They feed off people, places, and things. So yeah, this is a thing. I'm dead serious here. Over time, he's also gotten talking about more and acts and things like that, and that's another attribute to this. You know, you get more guttural in all your actions because you have nothing inhibits you. You just throw it all out there because you just keep moving that line forward like, oh, I got away with this, I could do this and this and this and this. We see that a lot in our culture. And that's, you know, I lost my father to alcoholism.
Okay, so this is the other thing. This is not funny, like what he's about to say, but it really it really indicates to me where like his ghost hunting stuff comes from, because I kind of get the feeling that like his ghost stuff is like coping with his father's alcoholism.
No stranger to this. I've seen how this can wreak havoc, and I had a lot of paranormal things happen around me because I'm just open to it. When my dad would drink, things would happen. I would see shadow people. Things really got crazy. And so, yeah, the guttural thing, the life force thing, also just want to put it out there. When back in 2012, my YouTube channel was the 55th most subscribed channel.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. I thought it was interesting that he basically blamed like the glasses being thrown across the room and the weird thumping he heard at night to be like demons instead of like his drunk father like crashing around the room. So that's the ghost hunter thing. The article, this is Fox 9 KMSP, which I assume is in Minnesota? I don't know. I assume it's in Minnesota. Fox 9 says Nick Rekieta, Minnesota lawyer and YouTuber facing drug charge. In Spicer, Minnesota-based lawyer and online legal analyst Nick Rekieta is facing a drug charge in Kandiyohi County. Nick Rekieta was arrested Thursday along with his wife Kayla and fellow online personality. Which apparently they didn't feel it necessary to name April at all. They're just like, I don't know. I guess she does some internet shit. Who cares? Prosecutors filed charges against Rekieta and his wife following a secondary degree possession, child endangerment, and a gross misdemeanor firearm charge. According to charges, law enforcement attempted to execute a search warrant on the 23rd at Rekieta's home in Spicer and was greeted by a girl at the front door who would not let them inside. After Rekieta refused to provide the door code, law enforcement used a door ram inside and found Kayla Imholt and 4 juveniles inside. Law enforcement proceeded to search the master bedroom and bathroom, where they allegedly found a variety of drug paraphernalia, including 3 small baggies that tested positive for 8 green tablets that tested positive for ketamine, a digital scale, and several other items that tested positive for charges claim. Authorities also found a 6-hour AR and several magazines and loose ammunition underneath a bed, a spent shell casing on the bedroom floor, and located additional firearms and ammunition in the garage, according to court records. So I was told that how they choose to prosecute firearm possession as an aggravating charge to drug possession depends wildly on jurisdiction. So I'm a little bit surprised to hear that they're just going to charge them for that, with the gun just being like somewhere else in the house. But I think that what happened is that because the drug charge is so large and there were like 3 of them, I think that might be why they're like, well, he does have all these guns in the house with his kids and stuff. So I think they're like, slap the gun charge on as well. It does appear to be like a temperament thing regarding the prosecutor. Police took Rekieta and his wife into custody, and he told law enforcement that he and his wife stayed in the master bedroom, where law enforcement claimed to find most of the drug paraphernalia, but allegedly refused to answer questions about, according to court records. Okay, so the drug paraphernalia was in the same room as the weapons, so that's part of it, I think. Oh, the drugs were in the bedroom. Oh, yeah, in the master bedroom. Okay, it was in the same room, so they were doing drugs where there was firearms right there, so I guess that's why they did that. Yep, okay, my bad. Sorry, I'm not reading processing correctly. Before his arrest, some users had raised concerns about Rekieta's health this week, sharing a clip of him appearing to doze off during a stream. Law enforcement noted Rekieta had several injuries to his arm at the time of his arrest. They described the injuries as sores that are common with controlled substance users, charges said. Rekieta, who owns a law firm based in Spicer, saw his online following skyrocket during the pandemic as he covered cases including Kyle Rittenhouse's trial, Johnny Depp's lawsuit against Amber Heard. He has more than 150,000 followers on Twitter and nearly 450,000 subscribers on YouTube. Rekieta and his wife are set to make their first court appearance on Friday morning. Well, it is indeed Friday afternoon in Spicer, Minnesota, so they did indeed appear, as we saw. Cool. Well, good reporting by Fox 9, I guess, because that wasn't made clear at all by what I saw. Well, that does paint a much clearer picture about what happened. Pretty grim, I think is the word. I like that someone said something as a reply to my tweet and said, "This is so grim." I'm like, yeah, that's a good word for it. It's grim. I think the injuries, it could have been track marks, but I think that it was just, I don't know, do you inject ketamine? Can I get I need a base druggie in my chat to explain to me how one takes ketamine. Ketamine's just like, right? You don't inject, you take it by lung. Literally white trash. Yeah, you can snort it. You can inject ketamine, but most snort. Horse tranquilizer. Dude, ketamine would explain why he's reading Anime Sucks Cope and Sneed 9 times too. Yeah, I don't think it's track marks. I think it would just be like, I don't know. I think that would just be like being a clumsy idiot up on horse tranquilizer probably gets you a lot of bumps, but it could be track marks. I can't say.